Thanks, Shane. Happy Friday to you. It's been a while, Constellation Field. Welcome back. It's so great to have you all here. I've got our first winner of the night. This is Patrick, and he's already a winner thanks to Arrow Plumbing. Patrick, you've won that plunger in your hand, but that is not all. You see those two big yellow foul poles out there? If any Skeeters player hits a ball off that during the game, you'll be the winner of $500 thanks to Arrow Plumbing. And Shane, I'm dying to know, who's our holiday cleaners clean up out of the game?
Welcome to Sugar Land, Texas. We are live at Constellation Field, home of your Atlantic League champion Sugar Land Skeeters. Come with the second half record of 3-3. They are 33-43 overall. They will take on the Barnstormers, who are 3-4 to start the second half. They are 41-35 overall. The Skeeters will send out former big leaguer tonight, right-hander Brett Marshall, who is 6-4 with a .482 ERA, against Brian Evans, the right-handers, 5-3 with a .509 ERA. The Skeeters currently are third in the Freedom Division, a game back of the front-running Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, and the Barnstormers are fourth, a half game behind the Skeeters, and a game and a half behind the first place Blue Crabs. Today is game number 77 of the season, home game number 38. You can hear all 140 home and road games right here on 1560 AM. Hi, I'm Ira Liebman, joined again by Andy Humphrey. And Andy just came off the road. Skeeters with 3-3 to start this second half. Their hitting has picked up, especially in the last 4 games before the break, but it's really, again, the pitching, the Skeeters, when you look at their starting pitching, starting staff of Nix, who has just been outstanding. Hale back in this rotation now. He has been terrific. Marshall's been very good overall for the most part. He gives you a quality start almost every time out. Bobby Blevins has done a nice job, but then the Skeeters' once reliable bullpen, which had a great start to this season, at this point of the season, a little bit overtaxed.
A little bit, and they have quite a few decisions that they have lost this year. The Skeeters in the last 7 games, their starters have an ERA under 1. They're 3-0 with a .88 earned run average over their last 7 games. They had an ERA under 2 for the entire 9-game road trip, and it has really been nice for Gary Gaetti to get a lot of innings out of his starters, but you're absolutely right. The bullpen does need to step up a little bit. Originally, in the first part of the season, the bullpen was actually very solid. They put together some very nice outings in the back innings for Gary Gaetti, but lately, they've kind of dropped the ball a little bit, so hopefully that turns around here, and really the rest of the team is starting to follow suit and try and put things together in these last few ball games. Again, you mentioned the hitting, where the Skeeters put up a lot of runs against the Somerset Patriots over the last weekend before the All-Star break, and then you pair that up with how the starters did. They had a pretty nice weekend over there going 2-1, but the bullpen does have to step up to make sure that you can get that well-roundedness.
And to back up your point, the Skeeters relievers are just 8-18 with a .423 ERA compared to the starters 25-25 with a .404 ERA. Let's take a look at the flip side. The Barnstormers, well, when you look at them overall average, they are first in the Atlantic League, a .285 mark, but I always say they're a much different team when you take them out of Lancaster and in a pitcher-friendly park here at Constellation Field. The Skeeters are 7th out of the 8 teams at hitting at .253, but the Barnstormers in Southern Maryland on July 28th will play a game that will determine the first half. So for those who don't understand, who might be tuning in for the first time, first few times, the first half with the All-Star break is the Midsummer Classic, but is not the exact middle of the season. The exact middle was 6 games ago. So this is game number 7 here tonight of the second half. There's a winner of the first half and a winner of the second half. Somerset won in the Liberty Division. They are first half champions. But Southern Maryland and the Barnstormers finished with the same record, so they will play the one game that was rained out, and that will decide on July 28th who is the first half champion. And the Barnstormers, who have really been taxed, and they have been rated, all their best players for the most part have been signed by affiliated teams. So this is kind of a decimated team, so that one game is going to be huge, because the way they're playing right now, they might not have a chance at all at winning the second half. That might be their only chance. But when you look at that one game, as we're getting ready to play this game, look at that one game. You have to set up well in advance to make sure you have your ace on the hill, because you might not have another chance in the second half.
You may not, and really you have to try and set up your pitching. That's the most important part. Make sure you get your number 1 starter in that game, no matter what happens the rest of the year. And you mentioned earlier some big hitters have left this ball club for the Lancaster Barnstormers. Casey Hobson, Blake Galen, Caleb Gindel, and most of them have gone to the San Francisco Giants. It seems that they just seem to get all of the guys from Lancaster this year, but somebody has to step up, and they still do have Sean Halton, a very hard-hitting first base power hitter who can really do some damage, but some other guys do need to try and put things together. They signed Cole Garner, who is a former home run champion in this league, and also Josh Bell, who has a lot of experience in this league as well, so they do have some guys that can step up.
And they have 4 All-Stars in this lineup. Holton, you mentioned, and the 7, 8, and 9 hitters, Weber, De La Rosa, and Frias. Well, the national anthem ready to get underway, so we will duck out. When we come back, the starting lineups and the first pitch. It is time to play ball. We return right here to Constellation Field in just a moment.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome back to Constellation Field. The national anthem has concluded. Time to take a look at the starting lineup for the visiting Lancaster Barnstormers. Starting lineups brought to you by MemberSource Credit Union. Whether it's a Skeeters checking account, an auto loan, or a home loan, be sure to check out MemberSource's complete lineup at membersourcecu.org. Leading off is the second baseman for the Barnstormers, Rico Noel. Batting second, the left fielder, former big leaguer Lastings Millage. Hitting coach and former big leaguer Josh Bell. With some of the signings we mentioned in the pregame show, Bell, the hitting coach, has taken back the bat. He will be the DH. He'll bat third. Cleanup hitter and all-star Sean Halton will be at first. Cole Garner's returned tonight here to the Barnstormers. He will bat fifth, and he'll be in right. The switch hitting Trayvon Robinson in center, batting sixth. The third baseman, all-star Garrett Weber, bats seventh. All-star batting eighth, Anderson De La Rosa catching. And the number 9 hitter, shortstop, all-star Vladimir Frias.
Here's the Skeeters defense from left to right in the outfield. Hector Oliveira, Cole Gillespie, and Joe Benson. Left side of the infield, Kevin Aarons at third, Anthony Jansanti at shortstop. Right side, Brian Pounds at first base, and Josh Prince at second. Behind the plate is Albert Cordero. He'll be catching the right-hander on the mound, Brett Marshall.
Marshall's problems when he gets into trouble is the walks. And last time out, he walked 5 in his 6-inning performance. Picked up the win, went 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. 89 pitches, 41 for strikes, and a 5-3 win against Southern Maryland. But the previous 4 starts were very good. He had just 6 walks in the previous 4 starts. So when he keeps his walk total down, he is a very, very good pitcher on the mound. 45 walks, leads the Atlantic League, but he comes in with a 6-4 record and a 4.82 ERA, making his 17th appearance and 16th start. First pitch of the ball game is a strike down the middle, 0-1, and we are underway. Game 1 of a 6-game homestand and also a 6-game series here against the Barnstormers. 0-1 to here to Rico Noel, a little bit low and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Noel 264, a home run, and 14 RBIs on the season. Open stance from the right side, very little bend in the knees. And this one is just a little low. Didn't miss by much. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Mentioned Noel with the stolen bases, 26. That is good for 3rd in the league. And Noel has stolen 26 of 28, so a guy you definitely want to keep off the base bats. Hitting very well as of late. Last 4 games, hitting .313, going 5 for 16. That was a 3-1 count on. Marshall kicks, deals the 3-1, and this one is a strike at the knees. 3 balls and 2 strikes as Marshall tries to battle back here. Brett, last 3 starts, 1-1 with a 3.64 ERA. Payoff pitch here by Marsh. This one swung on and hit high in the air to left field. Long run by Oliveira looking up. And this one is off the top of the wall. And it's going to be a leadoff double for the speedy Rico Noel.
Well, not really the way you wanted to start the post-All-Star break portion of the season. If you're Marshall, it almost left the park there for Rico Noel. And very close to getting his 2nd homer of the season. But he'll have to settle for double number 8.
Oh, a double, and you're right. Really falling behind there. He didn't want to walk. He had to start the game, had to throw him a pitch, and he threw one a little bit too close to the plate. I'll bring in Lastings Millage. Millage, the former Met, 299 for 9th in the league. No home runs, 23 RBIs for Millage. Millage, a very animated stance to say the least. He pulls the mat around his head, waggles it back and forth. 1 ball and no strikes here for Millage. Open stance for the right-handed hitting Millage. The left fielder down, up 1-0 in the count. This one is fouled straight back into the net. 1 ball and 1 strike. He's got some 5-hour energy in him or something, Andy.
That
Man,
easy.
he got a lot of energy.
Those hands are active. He's been waiting to play for 4 days. He wants to get back at it.
That's true. Wind blowing in from right center field, as it usually does here. There was a threat of rain, but it turned out to be a nice day. Now Marshall steps off as Noel was darting back and forth from second. Got a little bit too far for Marshall's liking. The right-hander from the stretch will kick deal, and a check swing, but he went through there. Now Marshall ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes here on last innings Millage. Millage, a former first-round pick, 12th overall by those Mets. 2003 out of Lakewood Ranch High School in Florida. Made his debut in 2006. Was the youngest player in the National League in his debut, just 21. And they're going to have him caught between second and third. And Marshall's going to chase him back now. The throw to second by Prince. And Prince will put the tag on himself. It'll go down as a 1 for putout. So Noel got a little bit too far last time, but got back. And now Marshall, with some patience, picks off Noel. Technically go down as a caught stealing as he was going towards third.
Good heads-up play by Marshall and also by Josh Prince, recognizing that Noel was pretty far off that second base bag, so he raced over to second for the pickoff move, and good chemistry between Marshall and Prince there.
Wow, the leadoff double for Knott. Now 1 out and a 1-2 count coming here to Millage. Swan and chop slowly left side. Late start by Aarons at third. He'll barehanded fire it to first, and it is dropped by Scott. I think they may have gotten him, Andy.
That's very close, and I think they would have gotten him if it was caught. I think it's very tough to give an error, though, to Pounds when you're talking about a barehanded play by Kevin Aarons, and what a play he made. But I think that is on Pounds, and we'll see what they do rule that. It's going to be very interesting there.
They got a bang, 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 and you need to give him a hit. I mean, that was a slow chopper, but you know, we always talk about the sun to the left fielder. Well, I think it was Aarons who's on the left side and in the sun that got that late break because of the sun in his eyes. Still have not put a hit or an error up, just 1 hit. They're going to score that one in. Error, wow, tough play there.
Yeah, it's on Pounds on the catch.
I'll bring in former big leaguer Josh Bell. That was the hitting coach all year with all the signings that the Barnstormers have had. Well, they had to bring Bell and make him active. It's like Roger Dorn. Now Bell, a terrific hitter and a former big leaguer, but he really has suffered from some leg injuries. Now the throw to first gets past Pounds, and racing around second and heading for third is Millage, and he's going to make it there. And no, he's not. They get him. Wow, what a throw. Kind of slowed up coming into third. I thought he was going to make it by a country mile, and great deke by Aarons at third. Fooled me.
This was a weird play by Brett Marshall. He awkwardly threw that ball to first base, kind of sidearm, and may have slipped off of the pitching rubber as he turned. And I don't blame Pounds on being fooled by that one. But Pounds, very nice heads-up play there, not giving up on it and making sure that he gets that ball over to third base, thinking that Millage would probably think about 2 bases there.
That would have been a 2-base error. Kind of a strange inning, especially for Pounds, who commits an error at first and the ball gets past him. Nearly a 2-base error. So a double is erased, an E3 is erased. Now it's 2 outs and none on, just like that. The first 2 reach here against Marshall, and they are both out now.
And they do give an error on Marshall, which moves the runner to second base, but it is a put out at third base, 3-5 on Millage.
2 balls and 1 strike to count here on Bell. Mentioned Bell spent some big league time. 2010 and 11 with the Orioles, and 2012 with the Diamondbacks. Nice play there by the Skeeters. Kind of a double play when one was not needed. Prince, who backhanded it, was moving towards second. He flipped it to Jan Santu, who threw it to first. So just 1 play, but it requires a 4-6-3 put out. And that'll do it. Bizarre inning, a double and 2 errors. So 1 hit, no runs, 2 errors, and nobody left on base. A very unconventional 1, 2, 3. The Barnstormers do not score here in the top of the first. Skeeters coming to bat for the first time when we return.
Thank Thanks, Shane. Well, Swatson's in for some double trouble tonight. I've got Connor and Jake, and they're ready to take on Swatson in the mascot race. All right, boys, let's go take our spot at first base over here. All right, Swatson's got his lead over at second. You guys are going to run towards him. When I say go, you ready, Swatson? 3, 2, 1, go. And they are off running nice and fast. Oh, Otto's here, Swatson, your friend Otto. Looks like he's chasing his tail. Are you going to help him? All right, are you chasing his tail or your tail? I'm not really sure what's going on. Oh, and just like that, the twins are running right past you. They're going to make it all the way. Keep going. Swatson, you're way too easily distracted. The twins are going to win the race. Back up to you, Shane.
Time to take a look at the starting lineup for your Sugar Land Skeeters, brought to you by MemberSource Credit Union. Whether a Skeeters checking account, an auto loan, or a home loan, be sure to check out MemberSource's complete lineup at membersourcecu.org. Leading off, Josh Prince. He'll be at second. Batting second is All-Star third baseman Kevin Ahrens. All-Star Anthony Jansanthi at short bats third. The cleanup hitter in DH Travis Scott. Cole Gillespie in center bats fifth. Batting sixth is Brian Pounds. He'll be at first. In left, Hector Oliveira bats seventh. Batting eighth, Albert Cordero. He'll be the catcher. And in right, batting ninth, is Joe Benson. Prince steps in 242 with 5 home runs and 30 RBIs. Comes in second in league in walks with 46. First pitch here is a little bit low and away. Ball 1-1-0. Also sixth in stolen bases with 21 and sixth in runs scored with 40. If Prince can get on here, and the scoreboard a little bit off there. Strike here to Prince, and scoreboard is way off. It says 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs, and Prince is the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the first. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Josh Prince. Might have to wake up the scoreboard operator. Evans kicks and deals. The 1-1 is swung and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Ryan Evans, 5-3, a 5.09 ERA, making his 15th start. He's allowed 91 hits. He has struck out 74, walking just 16 in 77 and 2/3 innings pitched. This one is off the outside corner. Now they're going to correct the scoreboard. There we go. 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Prince. Evans, 30 years old, 6'2", 200 pounds, from Mission Viejo, California. This one misses, and Mr. 6 pitch at bat. We'll see pitch number 6 here, a 3-2 count. Full here on Prince. Last year for the Barnstormers, Evans 0-1 with a 4.50 ERA. This one swung on, popped up left side. The shortstop Frias does not see it. It's going to be the third baseman Weber in foul territory just to the left of third and in front of it for out number 1.
You know, Prince does have second in the league in walks at 45, but he only got 1 on the road trip. He's been a little bit more aggressive, trying to get more base hits, and has certainly tried to get there as the defense for the Lancaster Barnstormers looks like this. Left to right in the outfield, Lastings, Millage, Derek Robinson, and Cole Garner. Left side of the infield, Garrett Weber at third, Vladimir Frias at shortstop. Sean Halton at first base on the right side with Rico Noel at second. Behind the plate is Anderson De La Rosa for the pitcher, Brian Evans.
First pitch was a ball here to Skeeters All-Star third baseman Kevin Ahrens, who had a home run in the All-Star game, and it was nice he teamed up with Sean Halton, his former teammate, as they went back-to-back and led the Freedom Division over the Liberty Division for a big win. Gary Gandy, of course, the manager of the Freedom Division. We'll hear from him a little bit later. Anthony Jansanti on deck was also an All-Star. The 1-1. This one is A little bit low and away. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. No score here, bottom of the first between the Skeeters and the Barnstormers in Game 1 of a 6-game series. Aaron's in the All-Star game, 1 for 3 with that home run. The 2-1 by Evans. Swan and a bullet into left center field for a base hit. Now Aaron's fresh off the All-Star game, gets a hit in his first at-bat post All-Star break, and that'll bring in the aforementioned All-Star shortstop, Anthony Jansanti. Jansanti comes in at .282 with 4 home runs and 25 RBIs. And he has really been in the slides really since that 26-game hitting streak ended. Look at just his last 11 games, just 8 for 44, a 181 mark. And in the All-Star game, he was 0 for 4. So in steps Anthony, number 21. That's here from the right side. First pitch to Jansanti. This one is Swan, popped up right side. Second baseman Rico Noel on the infield grass will bring it down for out number 2. So 2 down, 1 on. Now we'll bring in Travis Scott. The Skeeters cleanup hitter in DH tonight, hitting .239 with 7 home runs and 36 RBIs. Travis also went to the All-Star game for the 4th time, but first time as a coach. And Gary Getty brought his entire coaching staff. Travis Scott and pitching coach Rafi Montalvo.
This is also the first time that Travis has played since last homestand. He was out all road trip with the Skeeters for a calf injury.
Kind of came out late in that last game of the homestand. Shadows across the entire infield with the exception of shortstop Vladimir Frias. Off-speed pitch. This is outside. 1 ball and no strikes to count to Scott. Travis stands deep in the box from the left side against the right-hander Evans. The 1-0. This one is a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Scott, in the last 18 games he has played in, is 18 for 68 oddly, and he has driven in 16 runs during that span. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 on, 2 outs. No score here, bottom of the first between the Skeeters and the Barnstormers. This one low and in. I'll push the count to 2 balls and 1 strike here. Fireworks after tonight's game, and tomorrow, big day here at Constellation Field. It is Greg Biggio Hall of Fame bobblehead doll giveaway. Back-to-back bobblehead doll giveaways, and then bobble belly giveaway on Sunday.
Yeah, with Swatson.
Yes, indeed. Skeeters Mascot. This one Swan and hit out to right center field. Right there is the center fielder Trayvon Robinson with a little mustard on that hot dog as he kind of jumps to his left, brings it down for the final out, and that'll do it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We are through 1 inning of play. No score between the Skeeters and the Barnstormers.
Thanks, Shane. Yes, tonight we have Giselle and Mia versus Kyrie and Ryan. Here's the deal. They're going to spin around on the bat 5 times, get nice and dizzy, grab their letter, run to the board. The goal is tic-tac-toe. You guys ready? Set, spin. Put your head down on the bat and spin around. There you go, nice and fast. All right, looks like X is going to be the first one on the board. You can move faster than that. Keep going. All right, make some noise from who's going to win first. They're moving slow. We got to pick it up, guys. Let's go. You got it. All right, 2-0. But the X has blocked. Who's going to get the win? Let's see. Oh, and the O made it just in time to block. It's going to be a close one. Who's it going to be? And it looks like it's going to be Team O with the win. Congratulations, you are the winner of the Dizzy Bat Race, brought to you by the Kolache Factory. Back up to you, Shane.
Welcome back to Constellation Field. Meet of the order: Sean Halton, Cole Garner, Trayvon Robinson will bat here. And Halton actually got to team up with his former teammate, and that is Skeeters' Kevin Ahrens. I asked Ahrens about teaming up in the All-Star game with his former teammate.
Yeah, I had a good time at the All-Star game. Was able to play with a lot of the best players in our league this year, and really enjoyed every single moment of it, playing in my second game. And it was really neat. I was able to go back-to-back with my former teammate this year, Sean Halton, and really had a really special time playing in it, and in that moment it was pretty cool.
1 ball and 1 strike the count here on Halton. No score here, top of the second inning. Halton 253, 16 home runs, third in the league. 51 RBIs, also third in the league. This one misses, 2 balls and 1 strike here on Halton. Halton also fifth in the league in slugging at .509. The 2-1 here by the Skeeters right-hander. This one is low. That'll run the count to 3 balls and a strike. Halton, during that All-Star game, mentioned the home run. It was the first run of the game for the Freedom Division in that game. The 3-1. This one swung on, skied into right center field. Cole Gillespie coming in, still coming in, and he'll bring it down to his left for out number 1. So 4 up, 4 down in maybe the most unconventional way possible. Cole Garner will step in. Garner in his first game back here with the Barnstormers. Coming from Mexico last year, he was with New Britain, and he is known for hitting some titanic blasts. In fact, last year in New Britain, picture the Texas scoreboard for the Skeeters twice as high, hit the top of their scoreboard. Just a monumental blast. This one is fouled off to the right side, and this guy, a former home run champ back in 2014. That was the same year that Lancaster played for the Barnstormers, and both of them helped the Barnstormers sweep the Skeeters in the championship round to win the Atlantic League title. Jack swing a little bit high, 1-1. What a year he had. He was not only helped the Barnstormers to an Atlantic League crown, he was an all-star that year. Mentioned he won the home run crown, hitting 26 home runs. Also second in the league with 92 RBIs and second in average at .313 and a near triple crown winner.
Yeah, he came so close, and pretty surprising that he wasn't named Atlantic League Player of the Year that season.
It was surprised. Lou Ford was, and Lou wasn't really in the top 5 in any of those major categories. One swung and foul tipped into the mitt of Albert Cordero. Now 2-2 the count here on Garner. Garner was in the Home Run Derby here in 2014 when the Skeeters hosted the All-Star game. That was a tough Home Run Derby. Here at Constellation Field, not exactly conducive for a Home Run Derby, and guys like Garner and Corey Smith really struggled. It was our broadcast partner Brett Dolan's son and Tracy McGrady who won that home run as they paired up a Little Leaguer and an All-Star. The combination won the Home Run Derby. I will say that Tracy McGrady hit 0 home runs, and Brett Dolan's son hit all the home runs over the short fence, with the short fence around the infield. Kind of what you see that celebrity softball game like in the All-Star game of the major leagues.
Did you watch that this year?
I did. I got to say, I watched the entire weekend and really enjoyed it. I haven't had that much fun watching an All-Star game in a number of years. This one is a 3-2 pitch, skied to right center field. It's going to be Skeeters right fielder Joe Benson who hauls it in, just in front of the center fielder Cole Gillespie for out number 2. I mean, I almost wish that stadium did not have a dome on it between Aaron Judge and Stanton hitting some blasts that hit those back walls. I'm just wondering how far they may have gone if there was an open stadium.
Well, it does open up just a bit. The windows can open up there, and it's kind of a weird setup. I mean, the roof does kind of open up just a bit, and the windows kind of push out, but it's not completely just over the head.
This one over the head of Skeeters shortstop Anthony Jansanti, and now it'll roll all the way to the wall as Oliveira will pick it up, and it's going to be a 2-out double here for Trayvon Robinson. It's kind of a slow roller that just went all the way into the gap and all the way to the wall.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Hector Oliveira played that and left. Maybe he didn't see the ball at first. He's looking into that sun.
It's brutal out there right now. 11th double of the year for Robinson. So 2 out, 1 on for All-Star Garrett Weber, the third baseman, 296, 11 home runs, and 32 RBIs, and probably one of the more underrated players in the Atlantic League. I mean, you have 3 All-Stars in this lineup, batting 7th, 8th, and 9th. The 4th All-Star, Sean Halton, is the cleanup hitter. This one is strike. No balls and 1 strike to count. No score here in the top of the second. No runs on 2 hits. No errors for the Barnstormers. No runs, 1 hit, and a pair of errors already for the Skeeters. The 0-1. This one low and in, shuffles the feet of Weber. 1 ball and 1 strike to count here. Weber in a bit of a slide, just 3 for his last 25, a 120 mark over his last 7 games. The previous 7 games, he was as hot as it comes. He was 16 for 26, a 615 mark. 1-2 now the count here on Weber. Shadows all the way across the infield and right field, so the only fielders in the sun are center fielder Cole Gillespie and left fielder Hector Oliveira. This one off the fist foul down the right side. That one scatters a few fans, but reaches the concourse. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count remains here on Weber. No score here, top of the second inning. Marshall takes a peek at Robinson at second, but comes home. And this one swung and slowly hit to short. Avoiding it is the umpire. And the throw to first by Jansanti on the run. Both feet in the air in time. 6-3 on the putout, and that'll do it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Middle of the second. It is a scoreless game between the Skeeters and the Barnstormers.
I'm over here in section 20, row D with the Cottle family, and they were upgraded to the best seats in the house thanks to Fort Bend Kia.
Join the Skeeters tomorrow, July 15th at 6:05. The first 2,000 fans will receive a free Craig Biggio Hall of Fame bobblehead courtesy of Sanders, Morris, and Harris. Get your tickets, call 281-240-HITS or log on to sugarlandskeeters.com. No scores. We move to the bottom of the second. The Skeeters will try to strike first here as Cole Gillespie will lead it off for Sugarland, followed by Brian Pounds and Hector Oliveira. Gillespie, 294, no home runs, 6 RBIs in just 9 games with the Skeeters. First pitch to the right-handed hitter is a strike. Catches most of the outside portion of the plate. No balls and 1 strike here to Gillespie. Gillespie so far 10 for 34 in his first 9 games with Sugarland. Last year spent time with the Marlins. This one is sky to right field. Garner went back, now comes in, and he'll bring it down for out number 1. I tell you, you mentioned the All-Star break. Even first of all, they've got to put the fences out for that celebrity game. It was like 22-12 was the final score. Which actually they caught up more at the end. It was like 22-14 16 or something like that. And anyone who had played Ken Griffey Jr., Levon Hernandez was killing it over that little fence. Of course, the celebrities like the actors and singers and reality stars couldn't do much with it, but you got to have a regulation fence.
Well, I think you have to make it proportional with the base pads, of course. Because the base pads do have to be shorter.
Why? Should be regulation all the way around.
Not in softball, though.
Well, then you got to make that fence further out. It's got to be about 3/4 of the way out there. Get almost a
I do agree with some of those. I mean, Levon Hernandez, one that he hit, almost cleared the actual wall.
Man, had Levon put on some weight. He was pushing 300 pounds. I was like, who is that guy? I was like, that's Levon Hernandez. Ricky Henderson was in there. It was good to see Ricky.
First pitch of the game, he mashed it out of there. And
it was so comical to me because even with his years with the A's and then when he came to the Yankees, he had a little flair for just about everything he did. Everybody remembers that little snatch catch he used to do when he caught it, but when he would hit a home run, he would kind of scoot off to his right side, pull his shirt, and he still did that in the celebrity softball game.
Always does.
I was like, all right, Ricky. Of course, Ricky was a former Atlantic League player. This is Atlantic League time. He played 30 years of professional baseball. This one is skied deep to right center field. Garner going back. The wind's going to hold it up. It's going to be death for left-handed hitters today. And Garner brings down his second straight. 3 straight flyouts now here for the Skeeters going back to last inning. So Pounds is out. We'll bring in Hector Oliveira. Hector really starting to catch fire. Oliveira comes in overall at .313, 2 home runs and 12 RBIs. Oliveira, last 17 games hitting a whopping .376, going 26 for 69, 12 runs scored and 8 RBIs. Our Cuban star really starting to show why it was a big prospect coming out of Cuba and a former big leaguer. This one is a little bit low and away. 1 ball and no strikes. No score here in the bottom of the second. No runs on 2 hits for the Barnstormers. No runs on just 1 hit for the Skeeters. That hit to All-Star Kevin Aarons. This one is chopped foul up third. Nice one-handed pickup there by All-Star manager Gary Gaddy. That's why he was voted into the All-Star game. For his managerial skills, third base coaching, and great hands.
He can do it all. Renaissance man.
A 1-1. Swan in hit past Evans. Backhanded by the second baseman Noel. Plants fires high, but staying on the bag is the very tall Sean Halton. And that will do it. So a 1-2-3 inning, 2 flyouts, and a ground out. We are through 2, and we are still scoreless.
Thanks, Shane. Yes, I'm up here on top of the Skeeters dugout with Dennis and Greg, and they're ready to take on this Ring the Bell trivia question. All right, guys, I'm going to ask you 3 questions. It's the best of 3. When you know the answer, ring your bell. I'm going to call who answers first. You ready? All right, let's put the questions up, please. The first one, in what country was golf first played? Looks like Dennis going to be first.
Scotland.
Scotland is correct. All righty, let's see our second question. 1 to Dennis. Which famous person was the teddy bear named after? Oh, Dennis is quick on that bell.
Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt. It is. That was nice and easy. Dennis was way too quick. He's going to be the winner of Ring the Bell, brought to you by Belhaven University. Back up to you, Shane.
Well, we move to the top of the 3rd inning. 2 All-Stars to lead off here for the Barnstormers in Anderson De La Rosa and Vladimir Frias, and then back to the top of the order with Rico Noel. And Andy and I are joined here in the booth by Ralph Hernandez, the Director of Marketing for ABM, American Business Machines. And first of all, before we even get into that, let's talk about the date Avance night coming up here in 2017 on July 28th.
Yes, so it's our give back evening. Something similar we did last year. We just talked about previously. So we'll be doing several things. It will be doing book bag drives for school. In addition to that, we will be having, I believe they're passing a boot. So we're taking donations as well. We're going to have a silent auction for the evening's jersey, as well as we're going to do home runs. So we'll be paying out $500 per home run. If they hit more than 3, then we'll double it to $1,000.
What does the broadcaster get for calling those home runs?
We'll work that out. For sure.
Well, no balls and 1 strike here on catcher Anderson De La Rosa. And this one is swung and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. And we met last year, and even if I had forgotten, I'm not going to forget that New York accent of yours. Where are you from in New York?
I'm from Brooklyn originally.
You're from Brooklyn, okay. The Ducks manager, Kevin Byas, he's a Brooklyn guy.
Nice.
But I got to tell you, he's got the Brooklyn accent that we all pay for.
Yeah, we can't get rid of it.
1 ball and 2 strikes here on Anderson De La Rosa, who came in at 260, 3 home runs and 25 RBIs. Marshall's 1-2 as they set up inside is Swan and foul just behind the plate. Now remain at 1-2. Now, how long has ABM been working as a partner with Avance?
I want to say 2008, 2009.
Okay.
We participate with them in various ways for different things to service the community.
What are some of the ways that ABM works with the local charities, such as Avance and others?
Well, we do food drives. We do on-site visits and
this one hit into center field. That's going to be a base hit. So leadoff hitter De La Rosa on, 1 on, none out for Vladimir Frias.
Yeah, we've set up incentive programs for our employees to give back and do community drive work. We do Wheels on. Is it Wheels on Meals? Yeah, right.
Yeah, Meals on Wheels.
Meals on Wheels. Said that backwards.
Must be the Spanish.
Yeah, you know. But I mean, yeah. Any way we can in efforts to give back to the community. You know, I mean, for sure. Especially Avance, 36% Hispanic market. I mean, so. They're definitely somebody who can use a hand, so we're here to help in any way possible.
Well, in steps the number 9 hitter, all-star shortstop Vladimir Frias, 282, 5 home runs, and 27 RBIs for the all-star shortstop. First pitch here is a little bit high and outside to the left-handed hitter. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Frias 0 for 2 in the all-star game, but the duo of Frias and Weber turned a game-ending double play. Marshall has already picked off 1 runner, takes a look over at first, and this one is high and outside. That'll run the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We're joined here in the booth by Ralph Hernandez, the Director of Marketing for American Business Machines, and folks might not know it, but I do since I've been around here since the beginning. But you guys have been with us since the inaugural season.
Yes.
I remember when that sign went up out there.
That's right, and we worked hard to make sure we get the speedometer.
That's right. I forgot that. The only place, by the way, in the ballpark you cannot see that is from where you're sitting right now.
It goes.
The one guy who needs it.
I know. What are you going to do?
Payoff pitch is high. I thought that scoreboard was off. Now they're going to change it. That should be 3-2. Well, scoreboard operated not on his game here today. There is a full count indeed now. 3-0. Correction. He is way off. He has 0-2 on the scoreboard. A 3-0 here by Marshall. This one high and outside. That's going to be ball 4. So Marshall in a little bit of trouble here. First 2 batters reached. First walk of the game. First and second, nobody out as we go back to the top of the order with Rico Noel. Well, how do partnerships with Avance, ABM, and the Skeeters kind of benefit all those involved?
Well, I think the fact of the matter is that, you know, we definitely don't focus on large scale, specifically only clients. And, you know, in the communities in which we service our clients, we want to make sure that we're not just there to do business, but actually participate and help in terms of the...
This one skied into center field. Gillespie will bring it down. Tagging in now, going for third is De La Rosa. He's going to make it. The throw comes into second, so not a sac fly. But it advanced the run of De La Rosa to third. First and third with only 1 out for Lastings Millage. You're a Brooklyn guy. You probably remember Lastings Millage with the Mets.
Yeah, that I do. I mean,
did you grow up a Met fan or a Yankee fan?
No, yeah, my first, I was a Yankee Stadium.
Good man. I would have had to show you the door.
Yeah. And I used to get such a hard time, Keith Hernandez.
That's true. That's right. I actually met a Met fan in Brooklyn, so might have been worse for
Oh,
them.
one of my best friends is a Met fans. It's the worst.
How does that happen?
I have no idea. It's like the Knicks and the Nets right now.
I think there's more of a division these days with the Nets being in Brooklyn. They were in Jersey for so long.
Oh, yeah. And it's a stigmatism. They just can't shake it yet.
Yeah. Not that the Knicks are playing all that well.
I know. I don't even want to talk about it. The Rockets are killing them.
Yeah, they might wind up with another Nick. 1 ball and no strikes to count here on Milic, who reached on error by third baseman Kevin Aarons, and then on an attempted pickoff play went to second on an error by Marshall, but was thrown out by Pounds on a 3-5 putout. 2 balls and no strikes to count. Oh, what's really the mission of ABM, and how does working with different charities and the Skeeters really kind of match the whole mission statement?
Well, our exposure, you know, I mean, again, I was mentioning earlier, you know, our focus definitely is not only capturing the economic dollars of certain environments and areas.
This one backhanded up to middle. The throw to second in time. The throw to first, and Pounds drops another one right in his mitt. That's the second time today. Will go down as a fielder's choice, and it won't be an error, but that should have been a double play. A terrific stab by by Anthony Jancenti at short. Wow, a missed opportunity. That'll score the runs. And De La Rosa comes down, and it is 1-0 Barnstormers. Pounds might have to get a new mitt down there. Usually sure-handed at both third and first, but Pounds couldn't hold on to his second ball of the game.
So, like I was saying, before we get another good play.
There is our third play. This one right to Pounds.
Spoke
He'll
too
take
soon.
it himself. Just finish your thought before we
Sure, you know,
up here.
our main focus is not only just working with the local businesses, but making sure that there's economic and social growth in those specific areas as well. And, you know, we push a good foot forward, not just spending dollars to do so, but making sure we put these activities together so we can kind of concentrate and stimulate some sort of awareness.
Well, Ralph Hernandez, the Director of Marketing for ABM, American Business Machines, there help sponsor the night on July 28th. We're Avance, and we appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it very much.
Nice to have you back.
From one New Yorker to another, definitely.
We'll take a break. Middle of the third. It is the Barnstormers who strike first. They're up 1-0.
Thanks, Shane. Yes, I'm over here in Section 6 with Johnny and his family, and he's going to be our lucky fan of the game thanks to Willie's Ice House. And just for that, he's going to win $25 to Willie's Ice House. That's not all, though. His row also gets some coupons. Thanks again to Willie's. Back up to you, Shane.
We move to the bottom of the third inning. The Skeeters are trailing for the first time in this game. They will bat 8-9-1. Albert Cordero, Joe Benson. Then back to the top of the order with Josh Prince. And seeing a very uncanny Brian Pounds at first today. So the play by Aarons at third. Hit him right in the mid, couldn't hold on to it. The pickoff really not his fault. That was Marshall's, but really a short double play. Hit him right in the chest and just couldn't hold on to it. Maybe breaking in a new mid or something.
Maybe something, and that's surprising because he played first base all road trip for the Skeeters with Travis Scott out, and he played pretty effectively.
Always terrific defensively, no matter where he is. First pitch here by the right-hander Brian Evans is outside to the switch-hitting Albert Cordero, batting here from the left side. Cordero comes in at 250 with 3 home runs and 20 RBIs. Cordero in a bit of a slump last 8 games, just 4 for 30, a 133 mark. So on a high chopper over the head of Evans. Nice play again by Rico Noel at second. Throws it to first a little low, but Halton scoops it out. And Rico Noel, very good down there at second. Really of those guys like Josh Prince, who has the reins of a shortstop down at second.
It's always good to have when you're short on players a little bit like the Barnstormers are coming into this series. Only have 2 guys available on the bench, one of them their backup catcher and another guy that hasn't played a game for him this year.
That is now 6 straight retired here by Brian Evans. We'll bring in Joe Benson, who was hitting much better as of late. 6 for his last 21, a 285 mark over his last half dozen games. First pitch here is a strike, 0-1 the count. Benson comes in overall 227 with 2 home runs and 16 RBIs for the Skeeters, a right-handed hitting right fielder. This one swung, chopped to the right side. Tough play, and it handcuffed Halton. Now get into left field. And it should be a base hit for Benson. We'll see how they score that one. Halton was ranging to his right, and he kind of tried to snag it to his left, and he had no recourse. It was grab it or miss it. He was not in front of it. He tried to spear it to his left, and that is going to be a hit. 1 on, 1 out with a 1-0 Barnstormers lead.
Yeah, infield was shaded to the left side, so Halton had to try and go back to where he would usually be playing, with Benson going the other way there, and a nicely placed ball by Benson.
In steps the Prince of Sugarland, Josh Prince. Had 6 pitches in his first at bat. Wound up fouling out eventually to third baseman Garrett Weber. And Prince on a little bit of a slump, 9 for 45 and even 200 over his last 10 games. But perhaps the All-Star break is just what he needed. I mean, he plays pretty much every night, so maybe a part of the slump. Well, everybody is in the shade now. The only sun left is on the left center field wall. Barnstormers 1, Skeeters 0. Ira Liebman along with Andy Humphrey. 1 on, 1 out. You can do a lot here, Andy. Benson's got great speed at first. You can hit and run, maybe steal. And Evans thinks the same thing. He throws over to first. Benson scampers back, standing up. And they have changed that hit to an error. Tough scoring here tonight. This one is low. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. So 3 errors already combined here in 3 innings. 2 by the Skeeters, now 1 by the Barnstormers. Coming into today's action, the Skeeters were 5th in the league in fielding percentage, .978. They had committed 63 errors, now 65. And the Barnstormers 7th out of the 8 teams. They have committed 67 errors now, and they had a .976 fielding percentage coming in. 2 balls and 1 strike. If you are the Skeeters, Andy, with that 1-game playoff for the first half between the Blue Crabs and the Barnstormers, who are you rooting for in that one?
That's a good question.
This one crushed into left field, and this one is gone. A 2-run homer by Josh Prince. He erases a 1-0 lead, and the Skeeters take a 2-1 lead in this one.
Number 6 on the season for Prince. He had 5 last year, so he surpassed his total in the home runs from a season ago, and he has really found a nice power stroke. Had a home run on the road trip as well in Somerset, and that's really nice to see him. Man, was that a no-doubter on the roof of the picnic plaza out in left field.
Prince with a 2-run shot gives the Skeeters their first lead of the game, and that'll bring in Kevin Aaron, who homered himself in the All-Star game, as I mentioned earlier. If you're just joining us, the All-Star third baseman 1 for 1 already here tonight with a single. Off-speed pitch catches the outside corner for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to count on Aaron's. Aaron's with the break granted, now on a 6-game hitting streak. They set up outside, and the 0-1 misses away. Fastball at 87. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 2 in here for the Skeeters. The Barnstormers take a short-lived lead here in the top of the 3rd. And here in the bottom of the 3rd, a 2-run homer by Prince has given the Skeeters a 2-1 lead.
Going back to your question, Ira, whether the Skeeters would want the Barnstormers or the Blue Crabs to clinch the division, I'd say the Blue Crabs.
Now, why?
Because I think the Skeeters have a chance to catch the Barnstormers in the overall record a bit more likely than catching the Blue Crabs if they were to win the second half, because I think the Blue Crabs have put together a really nice rotation, which is going to be with them all season, and they can ride that to yet another win. So I think the Skeeters would like to try and catch the Barnstormers. That's who they're focusing on, I believe.
Aaron swings and misses at a ball low and away. First strikeout for Evans. Second out. Skeeters leading 2-1, and that'll bring in the number 3 hitter, Anthony Jansanti. But, and a big but at the end of this one, the Skeeters, throughout their franchise history, no matter how good or bad the Blue Crabs were, do not play Southern Maryland well. In fact, the only time they've really beaten them was the last 4 games, a 4-game sweep that swept them right into the playoffs last year, and 10-0 down the stretch to their first championship. And the Skeeters have not fared well this year either against Southern Maryland.
This is true, but you can't think about that as a ball player, and certainly with this team that, more than half the guys on the Skeeters team weren't here last year, so they don't even know the kind of tensions that they've had with the Blue Crabs over the last few seasons.
This one swung and grounded foul. No balls and 2 strikes, but playing devil's advocate here, the Skeeters, I think, and the Barnstormers, I think the Barnstormers will be much tougher in the playoffs. But this is a much different team now. I always talk about that first half and second half. Last year, the Skeeters faced a York team in the first round, which was not even anywhere close to the team they were in the first half. And the same thing with the Ducks. So if you look at the Barnstormers being decimated by all the signings, you could make an argument, root for the Barnstormers, decimated by all the signings. Maybe they don't replenish, and maybe they're an easier team in the playoffs.
Maybe they are, and that's obviously a way to go. And
so on grounded through the left side for a base hit for Jansanti. Second hit of the inning. 1 on 2 outs. Skeeters leading 2-1, and that'll bring in cleanup hitter, DH, and all-star player coach Travis Scott.
The Skeeters just have to find a way to make the playoffs first before thinking about who they can advance against in the Freedom Division Championship or the Atlantic League Championship. Once you get there, anything can happen, and that's basically what happened last season when they were so close to clinching the first half, couldn't do it. Then in the second half, they went on that run and then swept both teams. The way that they've been playing against those 3 teams over the course of that season, it wouldn't have been likely for them to go 10-0.
First pitch here as Travis Scott chases an eye-high fastball. No balls and 1 strike. And we've talked about that magical 10-0 run down the stretch a number of times. What we didn't talk about is that was 3 straight series sweeps. The Skeeters clinched against Southern Maryland after the first 2 games. The last 2 games of the season were really meaningless for the Skeeters, but they swept the 4-game series against Southern Maryland to end the season. Then they swept the 3-game series against York, swept the 3-game series against the Ducks, and that is not an easy thing to do, and was an even harder thing to do for the Skeeters last year, because their longest winning streak all year was 1 5-game winning streak until that magical run. Proving your point, get hot down the stretch, anything happens in the playoffs. Well, it did for Sugarland last year. 0-2 the count here on Scott, who flew out to center his first time up. He's 0 for 1. See if Jansanti's running here. Got a big lead, start, stops, and swung and missed as Scott goes down on 3 straight pitches. Second strikeout of the inning, second strikeout of the game. And the Skeeters, however, take a lead here with the 2-run homer by Josh Prince. A third of the way through, the Skeeters are up 2-1 here over the Barnstormers. We move to the top of the fourth. Skeeters have the lead. It's nice to have my handy friend Andy back in the saddle, and Andy Humphrey is going to take you through the next few. Andy.
Thank you, Ira. The 4, 5, 6 hitters for the Lancaster Barnstormers now stand in. Sean Halton, the first baseman in the cleanup spot against Brett Marshall. And Marshall deals a pitch low and away for ball one. 46 pitches for Marshall in the first 3 innings. Allowed 1 earned run, which is probably the toughest earned run he'll earn in his career, as he winds and deals the 1-0. And it's way inside on Halton as he ducks out of the way of that. It's 2-0.
Buzz the tower there, yikes.
Marshall had runners at the corners with 1 out. And then a ground ball up the middle was nicely stabbed at by Josh Prince. A good flip to Jan Santi at second base. And then the throw to first was dropped by Brian Pounds. And no error given to Pounds there because you can't assume the double play. So Lassings Millage gets the RBI as Marshall deals outside, and it's 3-0. So no error there, and it's an earned run.
Almost seems like that should be an exception to the rule. I mean, you can't assume it was going to be a double play, but you knew it was going to be, and that wasn't a ball that he had to scoop out of the dirt. I mean, it was right there.
Yeah, it's always a gray area as Halton takes a 4-pitch walk to start out the inning. That is walk number 2 for Marshall on the night.
The second walk here by Marshall, when he struggles, that's his problem. He walks. Doesn't really concern me. What concerns me is his ball to strike ratio. It's almost 1-to-1, 26 strikes, 24 for balls.
Brings in Cole Garner, the right fielder. 0 for 1 with a fly out to right. First pitch from Marshall. It's a breaking ball low and away for ball 1. Now 5 straight pitches out of the zone for Marshall to start out this inning. And this is something that I noticed with Marshall in the windup with nobody on base. And it's something that I didn't notice before after watching him pitch for most of the year as he deals one inside, and it's 2-0. A little bit of a hitch in the step as he kicks towards home. It's almost like he makes 2 kicks with the front leg as he goes home. Obviously, you're not seeing it here because he's from the stretch, but from the windup, it was a little bit of a hitch in the step, and I didn't notice that through the first 15 starts of the year for Marshall.
I think that's because he changed it, because that is a little bit different look from him.
Breaking ball finally falls in for a called strike, 2-1. That is something that he might have changed up. I don't remember it from his last start, so maybe he made an adjustment during the All-Star break. 2 balls and 1 strike, 2-1. The Skeeters on top in the top of the 4th inning. 1 man on first with nobody out. Breaking ball once again, same spot on that inside edge, and it's 2-2 to Garner.
On that same note, a guy like, generally star pitchers just have kind of a fluid kind of motion, but Clayton Kershaw has that little delayed pause in his, almost like a lot of the Japanese pitchers, that type of pause.
You're absolutely right there, as the 2-2 is skied into shallow left center field. Gillespie seems to have the angle on it. He is there, and the center fielder makes the grab for the first out. So 1 out, 1 on. 1-run lead for the Skeeters, top 4. Trayvon Robinson stands in. He doubled the first pitch he saw from Marshall into left field in the 2nd inning.
He's really come on fire. He came in 6 for 8 in his last 2 games, and 7 for his last 9. My goodness.
Really finished that first portion of the season before the All-Star break pretty strong, as a move to first is not in time to get Halton. Robinson came in hitting .256. Lefty batter against a righty pitcher. From the stretch, Marshall deals the first pitch, and it's outside on the fastball, 1-0.
Halton, one of those guys that doesn't go very often, but usually successful when he does. He's 3-0 in stolen base attempts.
Skeeters seem to be relieved that Darian Sanford is no longer on this Barnstormer roster, as he's
the
picked
whole
up.
league is.
Yeah. Man, was he speedy. He finished with about 30s in stolen bases this year.
Yeah, in fact, he still leads the Atlantic League in stolen bases. 33.
Yep. 1-0. That's inside. Good pick by Cordero behind home to keep Halton at first. It's 2-0 now to Robinson. 2-1, Skeeters lead it, 1 out, 1 on in the top of the 4th over the Barnstormers. 3 hits for both sides. Skeeters with 2 errors, Lancaster with 1. Both teams have left 2 men on base so far. Marshall into the set. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball, this one falls in near the heart of the plate for a called strike, 2-1.
Sanford was picked up by the Nationals so far in 24 games. He has stolen 13 bags, hitting .239. No home runs, 4 RBIs.
When he came to our league, I was surprised that nobody really wanted to use his services at first, as the 2-1 is chopped to the middle, picked by Jan Santi. He'll go to the bag himself for 1 on to first, and that's a double play. The Skeeters finally get one turned there, a 6-3 twin killer, and they end the inning in the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Going to the bottom of the 4th, the Skeeters have a 2-1 lead over the Barnstormers.
Thanks, Shane. Yes, I'm down here with Kelsey, who's celebrating her 11th birthday, and Grayson, who's celebrating his 10th birthday. Let's make some noise for them. Awesome. All right, we're going to sing happy birthday, but I need your help. So it's Kelsey and Grayson on 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Kelsey and Grayson. Happy birthday to you.
Fans, Constellation Field and Dick's Sporting Goods will host National Pro Fast Pitch Softball Camps on July 20th and 21st from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Just $65 a day. Campers ages 8 to 13 will get coaching tips from professional softball players, along with many other prizes. Plus, join us for 3 National Pro Fast Pitch Softball games later on both days. For more information and to sign up, visit sugarlandskeeters.com. Skeeters have a 2-1 lead over the Lancaster Barnstormers in the bottom of the 4th inning. Alongside Ira Liebman, I'm Andy Humphrey. The Skeeters with their 5, 6, 7 hitters now in this bottom of the 4th. Leads off with Cole Gillespie. Gillespie over 0 for 1, skied out to right his first time. Up against Brian Evans for the Barnstormers up on the mound. Wind up in a first pitch from him. And the right-hander deals a strike on the lower third of the zone, 0-1. 43 pitches through the first 3 innings for Evans, who is now pitching with a deficit now. 0-1, just near the feet of Gillespie as he kicks out of the way of that, and it's 1-1. Brian Pounds and Hector Oliveira due up after Gillespie in the lineup for the Skeeters. A little slider there that kicks away, and it's 2-1. Gillespie, 6 big league seasons, most recently the last couple of years with the Miami Marlins. Takes one outside, it's 3-1 to Gillespie. 6 RBIs in his last 4 games for the Skeeters. 2-2, bounced foul. That was actually the 3-1 pitch, so now it's full at 3-2.
So our Oregon State do very well in the College World Series this year, and Gillespie was part of that team. In fact, that's where he was drafted out of in the 3rd round in 2006 by the Brewers.
Kind of a disappointing finish for him. They sort of ran out of steam, and Eventually lost out to LSU. Payoff pitch. Called strike 3 on the outside edge. Gillespie had made his way to first base, but instead gets called out on strikes, and that's the first out.
He's now struck out 3 of the last 4 hitters after not having a strikeout before that. Pretty good alum from Oregon State, Darwin Barney.
Yep.
Michael Conforto, Jacoby Ellsbury, just to name a few. And going in, I thought they were the team to beat.
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable 50-win season they had. Here's Brian Pounds. 0 for 1 with a fly out to right. First pitch is driven deep into right center field. Chasing that, Robinson. He's looking up and makes the catch over the shoulder. On the warning track is Robinson, and he robs Brian Pounds of extra bases there for out number 2.
Looks like Pounds has really found his stroke back, but Robinson was going straight towards that right center field wall, just looking like he was going to play it off a hop, and then the last second he just turned around to his right and hauled it in. Great play by the center fielder for the Barnstormers.
You're absolutely right about Brian Pounds finding it. He really hit some balls hard on the road trip, missed a couple of home runs, had to settle for doubles more than once on the road trip to Southern Maryland, Somerset, and York.
Hitting .381 over his last 7. And Pounds was a much better hitter than his average showed.
Next batter, Hector Oliveira, hits a shallow fly ball into center, and this will fall in front of the center fielder, Robinson. So a 2-out bloop single for Hector Oliveira now gives him a 6-game hitting streak. And he is a 2-out base runner for the Skeeters in the bottom of the 4th, leading 2-1.
That was your patented dying quail.
If I've ever seen one. Oliveira still putting it together. A .313 hitter coming in to tonight's ball game. 1 for 2 on the night. And stands on first for Albert Cordero. Cordero grounded out to second base his first time up. Switch hitter batting lefty against the right-hander Evans. Now at 51 pitches on the night through 3 2/3. Oliveira leading off of first with 2 down. First pitch, low and away for ball 1. Infield shading slightly to the right against Albert Cordero. Outfield playing pretty much straight up. 1-0. Bit high and in tight to Cordero. 2 balls and no strikes. Cordero had a home run on the road trip in Somerset on Saturday. Has 3 home runs on the season and 20 RBIs. Into the set is Evans, the 2-0. Line foul down the left side, goes out of play into the seats. Comes off the fascia board actually, and then bounces onto the field of play once again. So Gary Gaetti will have to chase that, or actually, it is Gary Gaetti. He's wearing double numbers.
What do you mean double numbers?
He's usually number 8, but I thought I saw 2 digits on the back of his jersey there. Let's see if he turns around again and see what number he's actually wearing. Meanwhile, the 2-1 to Albert Cordero is swung on and missed.
He's wearing 88. I wonder what that's all about. Double his pleasure, I guess. Number 8 is now 88. By the way, pretty good crowd here on hand for a Friday night fireworks. 5,449.
Good way to start out the post All-Star break portion of the season. 2-2 swung on and missed by Cordero. He goes down on strikes. 4th strikeout for Brian Evans, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, a man left. We're through 4 at Constellation Field. Skeeters hold a 2-1 lead over the Barnstormers. Skeeters 2, Barnstormers 1 as we enter inning number 5 at Constellation Field. Barnstormers will send up 7, 8, and 9. Garrett Weber, the third baseman, Anderson De La Rosa, the catcher, and Vladimir Frias, the shortstop. Alongside Aaron Lehman, I'm Andy Humphrey. Delighted to have you with us on SB Nation 1560. Brett Marshall back on the hill. About to throw pitch number 60 on the night, and here it is to Garrett Weber. And it is low and away for ball 1.
You're surprised a guy like Weber, 296, 11 home runs, 32 RBIs, bats so low, 7th in this lineup.
It is a little surprising. There's some power guys in the middle. And they are more used to getting guys around base as another pitch misses low and away. 2-0 now to Garrett Weber. I am a little bit surprised. I think he might finish with a few more RBIs if he moved up a little bit higher. Here's a 2-0. It's on the outside edge for a called strike. 2 balls and 1 strike to Weber.
I know some managers will look at it like every 4 batters, so looking at 5, 6, and 7 like 1, 2, and 3. Maybe he feels it kind of works as 1, 2, 3 in that part of the order.
Good breaking ball from Brett Marshall. Falls in for a called strike 2. Even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Weber.
Weber did not care for the call at all.
2-2. That's high and away to make it full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And Marshall still almost at that 1-to-1 strike to ball ratio. 33 strikes, 31 balls.
Here's a payoff. Did he go around on the pitch low and away? He did not, says the first base umpire Reggie Liggins. And a leadoff walk for Weber. That's the same way Brett Marshall led off the last inning with a walk. And that's his 3rd of the game. Here's Anderson De La Rosa. Catcher for the Barnstormers is 1 for 1. He singled and scored in the 3rd. 2-1. Skeeters have the lead over Lancaster. 1 on and nobody out in the top of the 5th. De La Rosa, another all-star, stands in. First pitch. Called strike on the inside corner. Looked to be a bit high, and De La Rosa backed up from it as well, but it's strike 1.
Yeah, he jumped out of the way of that, literally, and it was called a strike.
De La Rosa went 2 for 2 in the All-Star game. Oh, 1 pitch is hacked on and missed on an inside pitch there, and it's 0-2.
And both his hit singles in the All-Star game.
No balls and 2 strikes on De La Rosa. Long pause from Marshall in the 0-2. Another swing and a miss there on a breaking pitch, and Marshall says good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Anderson De La Rosa. And that is the first strikeout for Marshall. 1 away now in the 5th.
Andy, let's take a look around the Atlantic League scoreboard. Bridgeport leading York 3-1, but they're currently in a rain delay. Somerset and the Ducks tied at 2-2, top of the 8th, a game on Long Island. Southern Maryland in New Britain taking on the Bees. They're tied at 4-4 in the bottom half of the 10th inning.
That's a tight one. New Britain moved to first, and getting back safely is Weber.
It's a tough park to get runs, too.
A lot tougher than Southern Maryland for sure.
At the beginning of the year last year, it was so cold. They had 3 home runs through the first month of the season.
First pitch to the next batter, Vladimir Frias, is swung on, fouled off of home plate, and it's strike 1.
Zach Wilson won the home run derby, the All-Star MVP. He might be the league Atlantic League Player of the Year with all the guys who have left. I think he's the leading candidate right now, perhaps. Maybe him and Sean Halton. He has a much higher batting average.
Well, if he stays around, doesn't get signed.
Wilson's been in this league for a number of years. I don't think he'd be a prospect at this point.
0-1 is outside to Frias. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2-1, Skeeters have the lead in the top of the 5th.
Speaking of which, they did like they used to do in the old home run derby, but it's by outs, you get 10 outs. Which one do you like, the timing or the outs?
Timing, by far.
Yeah, I thought it was a little nicer. You slow down and you get tired. You get that 1 time out. And I don't know if I'm a big fan, though, of the extra time for hitting a ball 440 feet. It's just 4 minutes, that's it. Done. Although that last swing, though, gave, what's his name, Bellinger, got him to the next round.
30 seconds, yeah.
Yep.
I think it makes it a little bit closer as the pitch misses low to make it 2-1 to Frias.
The other thing I didn't like, even though it was really enjoyable to watch, is especially Giancarlo Stanton, they were looking for that final of Judge and Stanton. And Stanton had a phenomenal first round, but because he was beat, he didn't get to advance by 1 home run. I think it should be the top home run hitters, not being matched up one-on-one. So if you're in a good group, me and you are going at it, and you hit 22 home runs in the first round, I hit 21. Why should I be eliminated when maybe nobody else hits more than 15?
You know, I agree with you. I don't think I like the seeding of it. I do kind of like the matchups, though, knowing how many you want to get, you know, and being able to face off against somebody. I think that is a nice dynamic as the 3-1 is hit into shallow left field. Oliveira sliding and making the grab. Nice play by the left fielder for the Skeeters. Big out number 2 there with that man still on first base in the top of the 5th.
And the other part, if you've already beaten the guy you're facing up against, even as the first round, you just stop. Whereas if it was the top 4 that make it to the next round, you have to keep hitting. You have to do that whole round because you might not know if that's going to be the top guy.
Yeah, you have to go all the way through, and you can stop if you know how many home runs you can get.
I think I might shorten it to 3 minutes, though. It took 2 hours for the home run derby for 8 guys.
No, more home runs is always better. They want home runs, Ira. Runner goes on the first pitch. Throw to second base is well in time. 2-4 caught stealing there. Nice play by Albert Cordero to catch the third baseman Garrett Weber and end the inning. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on base. Halfway through, going to the bottom of the 5th inning, it is 2-1 Sugar Land.
All right, thanks, Shane. We're just finishing getting set up down here. It's time for the Whataburger Burger Build. We've got 2 contestants. Come on down this way, hamburger bun. All right, we got some hamburger buns. They're going to run to the Whataburger sign. The first one's going to lay flat on their back. Then the next one's going to pile the toppings nice and high and jump on top. All right, we ready on the third base side? Looks good. All right, on your mark, get set, go. First bun is off. All right, looks like the girls are going to be the bottom bun and the boys are going to pile the toppings high. Who's going to win? Make some noise for the first base side. What about the third base side over there? All right, looks like 1 topping on each side. Who's going to get the first one? Doesn't matter what order. 2 more for each side. Keep going, guys. It's going to be a close race. Uh-oh. Oh, we can't even pick up the last topping, but it looks like it's going to be jump on top. The first base side is going to be the winner of the Burger Bill, brought to you by Whataburger. Back up to you, Shane.
Well, we'll rock into the bottom of the 5th inning. Skeeters have a 2-1 lead over the Lancaster Barnstormers. Joe Benson to lead it off for the Skeeters against the right-hander on the mound for Lancaster, Brian Evans. Benson, then Josh Prince, then Kevin Ahrens, the 9-1-2 part of the lineup. 56 pitches for Evans, who now faces Joe Benson. Lined up in the first pitch to the Skeeters right fielder. He's hit on the ground to the left side. That's a base hit into left. And Benson gets on for the second time on the night. Reached on an error by the first baseman his first time up. And now 1 for 2.
I was going to say Benson leading off here, which is rare, batting in the 9 spot. Really, if he can get on, doesn't have a chance to use that great speed of his a lot because generally there's somebody on in front of him or not really a stealing situation.
Josh Prince now the batter. Prince crushed a 2-run homer in the third, which is the difference in the ball game for the Skeeters, leading 2-1. 6th homer of the year for Prince. Runner goes on the first pitch, popped up in the air, and De La Rosa dove behind him to try and catch him, but could not. An awkward play for the Barnstormers catcher as the bunt was popped up straight behind home plate. De La Rosa almost dove to get it, but could not come up with the ball.
The shortest foul popular to see. It was literally maybe 6 inches above him and behind him. Benson, by the way, who was going on the pitch, is 8-0 in stolen base attempts.
Might just take a pitch and see if he can move up.
You almost want to have the Skeeters run every time there's a guy at first. They have been caught just 13 times all year while stealing 68 as a team.
Weber still playing even with the bag at third. Moved to first base, and Benson steps back safely. Two to one, Skeeters on top in the bottom of the 5th. Lights starting to take effect on the field as the sun starts to set in Sugarland. Prince hits it on the ground, and a line drive not caught by Garrett Weber as it trickles into left field into foul territory. Benson will get waved home, and the throw to the plate is in time. What a play, what a tag by Anderson De La Rosa as Benson is tagged out at home. Prince ends up at third base, and the Skeeters very close to getting an insurance run there, but unable to push Benson across, and that's the first out.
Unfortunate for the Skeeters. They had him by a lot. De La Rosa had it kind of sweep to his left a little bit, made it a lot closer, but by the time the ball reached De La Rosa at home, it was about 10 feet still for Benson to get to home, so a nice kind of fadeaway slide to the back portion of home plate made it look close, but man, waving him around with a ball hit to left field was certainly risky, but it took a perfect throw to get him.
But it's not a bad situation for the Skeeters. They have a runner at third and 1 out as the infield now comes into the grass for the Barnstormers. They give a double to Prince. He's on third on the throw. Benson put out 7-2 on the play as the first pitch to Kevin Aarons is inside for ball 1.
You don't capitalize on that. I mean, that happens. Guys get thrown at the plate, but now it's only 1 out to your point. Infield in. You have to get this run home.
From the stretch, here's Evans with the 1-0, and this one's hit well into left center field. And this will split into the gap, and it will bounce and one hop the wall. Easily scoring is Prince. Cruising into second base is Aarons, and he drives in the Skeeters' third run. They now lead 3-1 in the bottom of the 5th.
Aarons having a great game, and it's his second hit of the night. Double number 19 on the season as well. 19 doubles lead Sugarland.
And still a pretty nice inning for the Skeeters. Just 1 out and a man in scoring position for Anthony Jansanti.
Now tied for third in the league in doubles with Isaiah Tejada of York and Craig Maddox of New Britain.
Has hit well both for the Skeeters and for the Lancaster Barnstormers this year, his former team. Open stance for Jansanti in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch from Evans is tapped foul on home plate, and that's strike 1. Jansanti 1 for 2. Popped up to the second baseman his first time in the first, and in the third inning he singled. A lot of guys stretching in the Barnstormers bullpen, but nobody throwing. Same thing for the Skeeters, with both bullpens past the right field wall. Evans into the set. 0-1 to Jansanti. Breaking ball stays high, and it's 1-1 now to Anthony. Skeeters now lead 3-1, out hitting the Barnstormers 7-3. 2 errors for the Skeeters, 1 for Lancaster. That's missed low and away, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Jan Santee with Travis Scott on deck.
Almost twice the amount of strikes to balls for Evans, 43 for strikes, 23 for balls, but suddenly 66 pitches here.
Long pause before the 2-1, and here it is. Low and away again, 3 balls and 1 strike to Jan Santee. Aaron's at second base with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Skeeters with a 2-run lead. Hitters count for Jan Santee on the 3-1.
Look for Jan Santee to jump all over this pitch.
Spinning off the rubber as Evans looks Aaron's back to second. Nobody was covering second in the middle infield.
Couple of former first-round picks in this game. Aaron's down at second. Lasting's Millage to left fielder for the Barnstormers.
Long pause in the 3-1. That's on the inside corner for a called strike. Fills it up at 3-2.
Surprised Jan Santee was taking there, especially on a pitch that had a good portion of the plate.
Pretty nice placement from Evans to tie up Jan Santee and make him think about that inside pitch. He's probably looking for something a little bit on the outside part. Payoff pitch. That's driven softly into right field, and it will fall for a base hit. Coming home is Aarons. He will score. Jan Santee with a bloop RBI single into right, and it is 4-1 Skeeters.
4 straight hits here for Sugar Land.
Yeah, the only out was made on the base pads when they threw out Joe Benson at home on the double by Prince. So the Skeeters continue this inning. And up comes Travis Scott, the designated hitter. Scott 0 for 2, a fly out to center, a strikeout before his at-bat. Brian Evans will get a visit from the pitching coach, Scott Patterson, for Lancaster.
Well, we have a moment here. I had a chance to talk to Gary Gaetti about managing the All-Star game.
Well, that experience, I guess to wrap it up, anytime you go and you're even involved in any kind of capacity as a coach or player or whatever, an all-star game, it's always special. It's really neat to get to know the guys that you compete against all the time and be able to tell them and just kind of get to know them. And, you know, you have that in the back of your mind, like, you know what, you beat us up pretty good a couple times. It's always fun to joke around with them, you know, and it's just really neat to kind of see how they go about their business, you know, and yet, you know, if you can encourage them, even as, you know, just for that one day they're on your team, it's just really, it's cool. It's an exciting thing. And
so good to hear from Gary Gaetti. Again, the Freedom Division 1 10-3 in the All-Star game. So a good experience for the coaching staff there as Travis Scott, who was on that coaching staff as a bench coach for that one game last Wednesday. Swings and misses at the first pitch from Brian Evans for strike 1. 4-1 Skeeters, bottom of the 5th. 2 runs are in this inning for Sugar Land. They have a man on first with 1 out. 0-1 from Evans. Misses inside, and it's a ball and a strike. Cole Gillespie on deck for the Skeeters. 2 runs in this inning. The Skeeters also had 2 runs in the 3rd on the home run by Josh Prince. Lancaster got their run in the 3rd as well. 1-1, a check swing, but it's off the bat foul off the Barnstormers dugout on the third base side. 1-2 to Scott.
Wonder how long they're going to stay with Evans here. I mentioned his pitch count isn't that high. He's at 72 pitches now, but certainly struggling here mightily in the 5th.
There is action in the Barnstormers bullpen, a right-hander getting loose. One-two from Evans. Breaking ball stays high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brett Marshall seems to have the 6th inning. Nobody warming in the Skeeters pen. Skeeters with a 3-run lead, out hitting the Barnstormers 8-3. 4 base hits in this inning. 2-2 to Scott, swung on and missed, outside pitch. And the 5th strikeout for Evans, and he gets out number 2 in the 5th inning. So 2 outs, still that man on first, Jan Santee, and here's Cole Gillespie. 0 for 2, a fly out to right and a strikeout looking. The Skeeters offense giving their starters some support over the last few ball games, with the exception of Sunday night, as Gillespie takes one outside. It's 1-0. Skeeters scored a total of 23 runs over 2 or 3 games against the Somerset Patriots. 12 runs in game 1, 10 in game 2, and just 1 in game 3. Gillespie checks his swing on the pitch low and confirmed at first by Reggie Liggins.
To put
2-0.
To put an exclamation on that point, last 4 games before the All-Star break, Skeeters are hitting .297 as a team, going 44 for 148. So maybe the addition of guys like Gillespie have really helped this lineup.
Which is helpful because in the first part of that road trip, they were doing the exact opposite, not hitting and getting any support for their pitchers, as the 2-0 is tipped foul into the mitt of De La Rosa, 2-1 to Gillespie. They lost 4 one-run games on the road trip.
You know, they hit just 185 in the previous 5 games before those last 4 for the break. 30 for 162.
2-1 is swung on and hit foul off the mitt and to the backstop. It's 2-2 to Gillespie. They lost 3 games on the road trip by a score of 2-1, and another game by a score of 1-0. It's not a lot of scoring, and when you're losing those games by 1 run, when you're getting good pitching performances from your starters and also your bullpen for that matter, you really got to give the run support. But lately, the Skeeters have been able to do that, and so far they've been able to do it here with a 4-1 lead, as Gillespie lifts it foul to the right side, out of play. Four to 1 Skeeters, bottom of the 5th. Runner on first is Jan Santee with 2 away in the inning. Gillespie looking for his first base hit at Constellation Field. First home game for the new Skeeter. Runner going on the 2-2, swung on and missed by Gillespie. And back-to-back strikeouts for Brian Evans to get himself out of the 5th inning. But the Skeeters extend their lead. 2 runs on 4 hits come home, and 1 man left on base. Going to the 6th inning now, the Skeeters hold a 4-1 lead over the Barnstormers. Brett Marshall returns for inning number 6 with a 4-1 lead over the Lancaster Barnstormers. He'll face the top of the order, Rico Noel, Lastings Millage, and Josh Bell. Rico Noel 1 for 2, double in the first inning, fly out to center in the third. 74 pitches for Marshall through 5 innings of work, no action in the Skeeters pen. See how long he can go, see if he can get an efficient inning here and maybe get into the 7th as he deals 1 low to Noel for ball 1. Marshall wearing number 2 deals to his catcher wearing number 3 as he deals 1 high for ball 2. The battery jersey numbers added up total 5. That is something you do not see very often, especially with a pitcher up there. Usually the pitcher has double digits as Noel takes a strike. It's 2-1.
Well, Marshall spent time in the Yankee system wearing number 2 for Jeter.
There you go. 2-1. That's low and away, 3-1. And some baseball people can be sticklers about pitchers wearing single digits. See like that?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Why not?
I know, it just seems bizarre.
3-1 chopped foul down the third
like a
base line.
linebacker wearing number 4.
But they can wear whatever they want.
It's just unusual.
Sure, it's unusual, but
really, and because really the way the numbers were invented was where you batted in the order. That's why Ruth wore 3 and Garrick wore 4.
3-2 is hitting the air into shallow right, down the right field line. Pounds looking for it in foul ground. He makes the grab on the warning track in foul territory, and that's out number 1 on Noel. Lastings Village coming up with the Skeeters up 4-1 at the top of the 6th. You know, I'm always part of the camp where, you know, I'm not going to restrict you as to what number you wear. I know in the NFL, you know, there are restrictions on what numbers, but that's more to, you know, kind of regulate eligibility as far as who's an eligible receiver and who isn't. But I think in baseball, there's really no way to, you know, regulate what number you can be. So I don't mind pitchers getting single-digit numbers. That's low and away on the first pitch to Millage, ball 1.
Although I like the interesting numbers, like I'm sort of Mitch Williams wearing 99, Aaron Judge is wearing number 99 now. Forgetting which player it was.
Line foul down the right field side. This gets out of play. 1-1 to Millage.
A guy named Oscar wore, they called him the Big O, so he wore a 0.
Ah.
That's an unusual number, 0. Not really
Yeah,
a number.
It's well, it's still a number, but it has no value.
And you could wear 00.
1-1. Hits softly into left field, but this will drop in front of Oliveira. I thought he was going to settle underneath, but he lets it fall. And it's a 1-out single for Millage. He is 1 for 3. So Millage on for the 3rd time tonight. He reached on an error in the first inning, reached on a fielder's choice and got an RBI in the 3rd, and now has a single. There's certainly other interesting numbers out there. I mean, you know, in basketball, I think Ron Artest had some interesting numbers too. Kind of went all the way up to the 90s there. And first pitch to Josh Bell is taken outside, 1-0.
Yeah, it's kind of strange seeing a basketball player wear a number that high, being there's only 12 guys.
Yeah, and you know, when you hold up numbers, when the referee has to hold up numbers for fouls, you know, it's hard to get, you know, a 9 and a 1 in there as a 2-0 is outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Because usually referees, you know, they like to put both digits up with both hands, and that's why they restrict, especially in the college game and the high school game, that's why they restrict the digits to be no greater than 5 as Bell swings and misses. It's 2-1, so the referee can hold up the number with both hands and not have to flash.
Isn't in the Olympics, isn't Kindra only up to like 20 or something? It's really restricted if I remember correctly.
In Olympic basketball?
Yeah.
Probably so. Well, I'm not sure. As Bell swings and misses, it's 2-2. That might be the case. I mean, you probably don't get higher than 20 or
It's all those
Something like
greats like Jordan and all those guys were never wearing any of their own numbers.
Yeah, that's where that's where LeBron James had to wear 6 instead of 23 as Bell hits a foul, still 2-2. There might have been a restriction. I don't know if it still holds up, but that might be the case. Skeeters with a 4-1 lead, top of the 6th. One out and a man on first base for the Barnstormers. Brett Marshall at 88 pitches now. Still no action in the pen, though. And he deals a curveball on the outside edge for a called strike 3. Good pitch by Marshall for his second strikeout of the night. And they're now 2 away in the 6th.
Marshall generally does not go over 100. He's only been over 100 4 times in his previous 15 starts. Last 2 times out below 90. So I think if he gets out of this inning, I think you walk away with 6 quality innings. And his strike to ball ratio is still 48-41. His first pitch will be pitch number 90.
It's a called strike on the inside corner. A snap throw to first was not in time to get the base runner millage. 0-1 on Halton. Halton 0 for 1, a fly out to center and a walk tonight. 0-1, missed inside, and it's a ball and a strike.
Despite Marshall going 6 innings on the nose in 3 of his last 5 starts, he's only gone over 6 just once all year, and that was 7 innings back on June 2nd against Somerset in a 2-1 win. On 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 2 strikeouts, a walk, and went 93 pitches in that one.
Went 6 innings in his last start. That was on the road trip against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs on Wednesday of last week as Halton fouls one off to the right, and it's 1-2.
This is always that susceptible range I talk about between that 90 and 100, now at 92 pitches.
Well, Gary's still sticking with him. Nobody throwing in the pen for the Skeeters just yet. Maybe if he doesn't get Halton here, somebody will start to get loose. 1-2. Breaking ball just missed the outside corner. It's even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
This Gary will have a whole half an inning to warm somebody up on the Skeeters bat.
Infield shading to the left against the right-handed hitting Halton. Runner at first is Millage. Here's the 2-2. Chop to the right side, and Pounds can't get there as it trickles into right field for a base hit. Going first to third is Millage, and he'll stand up there safely. It's now runners at the corners with 2 down.
The next words were going to be a big hole on the right side. Prince was positioned very strangely. He was actually on the grass and very close to second. All that Halton had to do is hit it somewhere to the right side, and he was going to get a base hit, and he did.
It certainly widened that hole with Pounds holding on the runner at first. So a big gap on the right side, and Halton takes advantage going the other way. And now it's runners at the corners for the Barnstormers and 2 down in the top of the 6th. Skeeters still lead by 3 runs, 4-1 over to Lancaster. And here is Cole Garner, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of flyouts.
His power, he can easily make this a tie ball game.
First pitch hit in the air to right field. This is playable for Benson to his left. On the run, makes the grab near that foul line and right. And that's the final out of the 6th. So Brett Marshall gets out of it. He allows no runs on 2 hits and leaves 2 men on base for the Barnstormers. Bottom of the 6th we go at Constellation Field. Skeeters still lead 4-1. Is that a new pitcher?
Thanks, Shane. Yes, you
think
heard
it
the
is.
man. It's time for audience
I think that's a new
participation.
pitcher.
That means get up on your feet. I've got 2 big inflatable eyeballs up in the suite, 1 on each side. It's going to be a race. On my call, they're going to drop from
36.
the suites. It's a race to home where Sydney's waving her hands. All right, you ready? 3, 2,
John
1, drop 'em.
Kuchno?
All right, looks like the third base side had a bit of a head start, but it's okay. Make it all the way to home. You want to hit it towards home that way. first base is moving quick. Come on, third base, there's still time. Third base is just having fun hitting it up in the air, and it looks like... Oh, you gotta get it to Sydney, guys. You gotta get it all the way back. Alrighty, first base is gonna be our winner tonight. Congratulations to the winner of that. Man, I drop. Back up to you, Shane.
What's up?
Well, new pitcher on the hill for the Barnstormers as Brian Evans' night is done. Evans 80 pitches, 51 for strikes for Evans. Evans goes 5 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, no walks, 6 strikeouts. He will give way to right-hander John Kuchno. Kuchno, no record, a 1.80 ERA, just his 4th appearance here tonight with the Barnstormers. 5 innings. He has allowed 3 hits. He has not walked a batter and struck out 6. Kuchno, number 36, is 6'5", 210, originally from Baltimore, Maryland, now in Ellicott City, Maryland. And the season in Altoona, been as high as AAA.
Was in AAA just last year in the Pittsburgh Pirates system with the AAA club in Indianapolis. Comes into a 4-1 game in favor of the Skeeters in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to the first baseman, Brian Pounds, is a called strike, 0-1. Pounds 0 for 2, couple of fly ball outs. Last one was hit a long way into right center field, but was run down by the center fielder Robinson. 0-1 is popped up on the infield. Right side, Halton is looking for it and struggles with it a bit, but eventually comes down with the baseball, and that's the first out.
Kuchno, much like Skeeters' Jake Hale, went to Ohio State University, also Wake Forest, former 18th round pick of the Pirates in 2012. 23 and 27 lifetime, a 4.04 ERA, 138 appearances, 52 of them starts.
One out, base is empty, 4-1 Skeeters, bottom of the 6th. Hector Oliveira, the next batter, takes a pitch out of the zone, and it's 1-0. Oliveira 1 for 2 with a single, now with a 6-game hitting streak. 1-0 pitch, outside again, and it's 2-0. Kuchno, a 2012 18th round pick of the Pirates.
Was in spring training with Pittsburgh each of the last 3 years.
2-0 hit foul into the screen, straight back from Oliveira. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kuchno relieves the starter Brian Evans, who is done after 5 innings of work. Allowed 4 runs, 3 of them earned on 8 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts for Evans. 2-1. Hit on the ground to the left side. Shortstop Frias throws on the run and gets it there in time to get Oliveira for the 2nd out. Skeeters will now bring up Albert Cordero with 2 outs and the base is empty and a 4-1 lead over the Barnstormers in the bottom of the 6th. Cordero 0 for 2, ground out to 2nd and a strikeout swinging. Skeeters looking to kick off the post-All-Star break portion of the season with a win, as the first pitch to Cordero is lined foul into the Wells Fargo Picnic Plaza on the left side, 0-1. Skeeters are 3-3 in the 2nd half. Barnstormers 3-4. Barnstormers currently have the series lead over the Skeeters this year, winning 6 out of the first 10 games as Cordero takes a called strike on the outside corner, 0-2.
It's amazing, though, almost all the franchises, except for Somerset, no matter how many games they play, they're always right around 500. Skeeters overall are 53 and 54 against the Barnstormers in 5+ years.
So a win tonight would put them back at 500 against the team from Lancaster. 1-2. That's low in the dirt, and it evens it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Skeeters 10 games below 500 in their overall record, 33 and 34. And of course, all they really need to worry about at the moment is their second half record. Try and get that second half championship. 2-2 hit on the ground. It came off the mound and bounced to Frias at shortstop. Spins and makes the throw to first. And that will do it for the Skeeters in the 6th. 1-2-3 inning for John Kuchno out of the bullpen. And after 6 innings of play, the Skeeters lead it 4-1 over the Barnstormers. Skeeters have a 4-1 lead over the Barnstormers as we enter the 7th. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Skeeters Baseball. Skeeters now dip into the bullpen. They'll bring out Andrew Johnston. As Johnston comes on for the Skeeters for the 34th time this year. 0-2 with a 4.66 ERA, 29 innings pitched, 32 hits, 16 runs, 6 walks, 21 strikeouts. League hitting .286 against Johnston, who relieves Brett Marshall. Allowed just 1 earned run on 5 hits and 6 innings of work. 3 walks and 2 strikeouts for the right-hander in line for the victory. Taking you the rest of the way, here's the voice of the Skeeters, Ira Liebman.
Thanks, Andy. Marshall threw 95 pitches, 52 for strikes, in line for the victory. Skeeters leading 4-1 here in the top half of the 7th. It'll be Trayvon Robinson, Garrett Weber, and Anderson De La Rosa. First pitch is pounded out into left center field. There's going to be a base hit, possibly more. It's going to get past Oliveira, up against the wall, and Robinson, 2 for 3, has his second double of the game.
And once again, he jumped out on the first pitch, as he did on the first 2-bagger in the 2nd inning.
Bringing Garrett Weber, the All-Star, is grounded out to short, walked, and was caught stealing last time up. Officially 0 for 1, came in at .296 with 11 home runs and 32 RBIs, and 4th in the league in slugging. Steps a right-handed hitter. He's got a 3-run cushion, but this Barnstormers team, despite being depleted, can still put up 3 runs in a hurry. Lead the league in hitting, as I mentioned earlier, at .285 as a team. That is no slouch of a mark. 4 runs on 8 hits for the Skeeters, 1 run on 6 hits for these Barnstormers. Deep bit short is Jan Santi with his heels touching the grass. This one is fouled to the right of the screen in front of us. 0-2 the count here on Weber. AJ and Cordero going to discuss probably changing of signs with the runner down at second in Robinson. Weber was drafted twice, once by the Royals in the 35th round in 2007 out of high school, then in the 22nd round by the D-backs out of Fresno State, California native. One swung and fouled down the right side. As Fresno State a few years back won the College World Series, and that was one of the bigger upsets probably over the last decade. I don't think anybody expected them to win that year.
Well, last season was probably more improbable with Coastal Carolina.
That's true.
Their Cinderella run.
No balls and 2 strikes to count. That's one swung, chopped out the plate. Got a chance to work with Brett Williams on the road, and he went to the University of South Carolina. So for the South Carolina folks, that was a moral victory, since Coastal Carolina is kind of a sister college of South Carolina. I was like, that makes you happy?
Since their team was kind of struggling that year.
Yes, they were.
After some pretty good seasons for South Carolina last few years in the SEC.
A good year this year as well. The 0-2 coming here to Weber. AJ looks at second, comes home, and a fastball just off the outside corner. Good placement there. We see the splitter here from AJ. Really his best pitch. 1-2 the count right now. Skeeters leading 4-1 here in the top half of the 7th inning. The 1-2, they're going to set up away here. And this one is swung and hit just over the head of the shortstop, Jan Santi. That'll put runners on the corners now, as Robinson had a hold up. So first and third on the single by Weber, and nobody out here. Not the start AJ wanted here.
Yeah, and Johnson certainly a little bit rusty, I'd say. He hasn't pitched since 9 days. Last time he pitched was against the Blue Crabs on Wednesday of last week, when he pitched a scoreless inning, giving up 2 hits. And certainly trying to knock off some of the cobwebs from the All-Star break, as well as not pitching in the last 4 games for the Skeeters.
Julio DePaul already warming up in the Skeeters pen. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Skeeters leading 4-1. Anderson De La Rosa will step in. He has singled, scored, and struck out. He's 1 for 2. First pitch by Andrew Johnson, a strike on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike to count. 4 runs on 8 hits now for the Skeeters. 1 run on 7 hits for the Barnstormers. They have not taken advantage of their base runners.
Had some of them thrown out on the base pads.
3-0-1 here by AJ. This one way inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. AJ wants to get an out here, even if he has to give up a run. AJ features a fastball, slider, and I mentioned that great splitter. From the stretch, they will set up outside, and this one is swung and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. AJ, former closer. He had 31 saves back in 2009. Owner of over 100 career saves. 1-2 now the count here to Anderson De La Rosa. I was talking about people with 2 first names. He's got 2 last names.
Yeah, usually Anderson's not a first name. You see it a little bit, but definitely more of a last name.
A 1-2. Swan and chop foul just off of third. Manager and former Barnstormers pitcher Ross Peoples tries to pull that one in. AJ needs an out here. Strikeout would be huge. Another all-star on deck, Vladimir Frias. AJ, of course, the Skeeters pitcher of the year last year. This one a little low. That'll leave in the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 126 career saves for AJ. Two-time All-Star himself in 2014 and last season. Although the 2014 All-Stars come with a little asterisk because the Skeeters played the rest of the league, so the entire Skeeters team were technically All-Stars. The 2-2. So on a slow roller left side, and Aarons is going to come home and he bounces it to the plate. Good scoop by Cordero, and they got him. What a play by Albert Cordero. Aarons tried to rush it, knew he had time. It bounced, Cordero grabbed it and tagged the runner for a big out, number 1, Andy.
Man, that's a very tough play, especially since there's no force at home there, and Cordero had to perfectly pick that one-hop throw from Aarons. I think he threw it about 10 feet, and then it bounced another 10 feet further, and Cordero was still able to pick that one out of the air and put a tag on a pretty speedy runner in Trayvon Robinson.
That could be your turning point of the game, especially if AJ gets out of this unscathed. 7th inning would be over. We just need 6 more outs with a 3-run lead. Not out of the woods yet, though. First and second, 1 away for Vladimir Frias, who has walked, lined out to left, but was really robbed of a hit on a great play by the Skeeters left fielder Hector Oliveira. First pitch here by AJ is in the dirt. Scooped out by Cordero to get a new baseball here.
You know, we've seen a lot of crazy baseball lately in this game. 2 plays at the plate, a few base runners thrown out on the pads on a errant pickoff throw, caught stealing. A lot of defensive plays to be had in this one.
Here's the switch hitter batting here from the left side, chops this one foul just behind the plate. A roll towards the backstop. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on. Skeeters leading by 3, 4-1. Tomorrow in game 2, Skeeters will send out Bobby Blevins, who's been very good lately. 4-4 with a 4.05 ERA against lefty Rami Lewis. The Skeeters have seen a lot over the last few years. 5-5 with a 5.08 ERA. This one is just a little bit low and away. That'll run the count to 2-1. Pretty good hit and run count. I don't know if you'd risk it here down 3, however. Actually starting to cool down here. It was a hot one today. The 2-1. This one in the dirt, 3-1, and now AJ in some trouble here. Good hitters count. 1 pitch away from loading the bases with just 1 away.
17 pitches for Johnston in this inning, only getting 1 out so far.
AJ looks in for the sign from Cordero. See if they come inside here. Jam him, maybe get a ground ball double play. AJ spins towards second. Smart move in case something was on. I felt something might be up. Mentioned the 17 pitches, 11 for strikes for AJ. Big 3-1 hit to the right side, past the diving first baseman Pounds. This will score a run as Weber will come home easily, and it's going to make it a 4-2 ball game here.
Well, hard hit on the ground by Frias as he gets his 28th RBI of the year. And that's a tough one too because the runner moves to third base, so you've got another runner who could score on a potential fly ball, and now Gary Gaetti is going to go get Johnston.
Well, with Gaetti going to get a new pitcher, get a chance to play all of what he had to say about the All-Star game, so we'll keep it here. Listen in on what Gary had to say about coaching his second Atlantic League All-Star game as the manager. Remember, he was the All-Star manager when the Skeeters hosted the All-Star game here in 2014.
It was one of the best
Well, that experience, I guess to wrap it up, anytime you go and you're even involved in any kind of capacity as a coach or player or whatever, an all-star game is always special. It's really neat to get to know the guys that you compete against all the time and be able to tell them and just kind of get to know them. And, you know, you have that in the back of your mind, like, you know what, you beat us up pretty good a couple times. It's always fun to joke around with them, you know, and it's just really neat to kind of see how they go about their business, you know, and yet, you know, if you can encourage them, even as, you know, just for that one day they're on your team, it's just really, it's cool. It's an exciting thing, and it's just something you'll never forget. I mean, some of the guys were saying this is probably the funnest day I've had in baseball in a while, you know, and it's always special no matter what. And just for me to be able to actually be the manager in that situation, you kind of get a little nervous. You don't really know exactly kind of what to expect, but then, you know, you start talking to the guys, you get a better feel for it. It's like, you know, you got to kind of line out your pitching and all that kind of stuff. And then I just wanted to play it straight, you know, so nobody get hurt, nobody's holding up, and yet I still have that thing about I want to win this game too. So it's like I made a little bet with, you know, Brett during the game. I said, let's just play it straight, man. Let's just go. You know, let's make a little wager here, and you know, and the guys responded. I mean, it was just fun to watch both sides really, but especially our guys. I mean, they just really came out hot, and it was fun. You know, I mean, it's something that I'll never forget either, and you know, hope I get to do it again sometime.
So good to hear from Gary Gaetti there, coaching his second All-Star game, and in this situation he has to take out his reliever Andrew Johnson and bring in another reliever, Julio DePaula. So DePaula comes in for the 17th time for the Skeeters this year, 26th overall between the Skeeters and the York Revolution. 0-1 with a 6.75 ERA in 24 innings, 33 hits, 20 runs, 14 walks, and 23 strikeouts.
Really a turning point inning here for the Skeeters. They've already allowed a run, make it a 4-2 game. Skeeters up by just 2 now, and still trouble here. DePaula comes into a situation with 1 out, 1 in, and runners on the corners. Rico Noel will step in. He's 1 for 3. He has doubled flat out to center and fouled out to first. Both teams with 8 hits apiece here. Again, the Skeeters leading 4-2 as Noel steps in. Very wide open stance from the right side. First pitch here by DePaula. This one a strike down the middle. No balls and 1 strike to count. As DePaula was used as a closer for the Revolution at times over his last few years there. Former big leaguer with the Twins like his manager. This one swung and nubbed to first. That's a foul ball. Pounds just couldn't grab it in time. Would have been an easy double play. Would have stepped on first and had the runner between first and second, although it could have got tricky with the runner at third. But we'll never know. So no balls and 2 strikes, and DePaula and the Skeeters could certainly use a strikeout here. Needs to waste at least 1 pitch. DePaula looks in from the side here from Cordero. They're going to set up outside. There's a pretty good waist pitch. Fastball, a little bit high and outside. Tantalizing pitch, but Noel did not want to have any part of it. What are your thoughts on the kind of a waste pitch when it's like a foot outside?
Like not really.
Yeah, you've totally wasted the pitch.
I think there's no problem with it as long as you pitch it in the right spot.
There goes the runner, and bad news there because hitting the batter is DePaula, and the bases are going to be loaded.
That's not the kind of pitch you want if you're DePaula on a 1-2. Hitting the batter there and putting a Barnstormer at every base, and certainly not what Gary Gaetti wanted out of his reliever on the first batter that he faces.
Well, this will most likely determine the game for one of these 2 teams. Bases loaded. Only 1 away. Skeeters leading by 2, 4-2 here in the top half of the 7th inning. Last thing's Millage, who's on fire right now, will step in. Skeeters need a twin killer. See if the former Twin can do it. This one is low and away. 1 ball and no strikes to count here. Millage in these situations hitting .333, going 2 for 6 with 4 RBIs. Millage came in 299, good for 9th in the league. A 1-0. Fastball strike on the outside corner. 90 miles an hour on the gun. A 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, bases full. 1 already in, a 4-2 Skeeters lead here. The Barnstormers threatening to tie this one. De La Rosa at third, Frias at second, and Rico Noel, who was hit by the pitch on at first. The 1-1, swung and missed. Great pitch there by DePaula. A sweeping slider had him way out in front. Now he's out in front as well, 1-2. Middle's been on base twice, actually 3 times. Reached on an error by first baseman Brian Pounds and reached on a fielder's choice and then singled last time up. Fans coming alive here in the 7th.
I don't think there's any reason to elevate this pitch if you're DePaula.
One swung and foul back into the right. Kind of a jam shot off the fists. Count remains 1-2. DePaula's last time out on July 8th at Somerset, and the Skeeters 10-4 win. Went 1 inning, allowed 2 runs, both earned 3 hits, a walk, and 2 Ks. He's allowed a pair of runs in 3 of his last 6 appearances. The 1-2. Swung and foul back. Just getting a piece of that was Millage. Fouls it back into the screen to stay alive. Ball has been around the Atlantic League, was with the Bluefish in 2012, and then the Barnstormers from 2013 through the first part of this season. Join the Skeeters here this year. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bases loaded here in the top of the 7th. Skeeters leading 4-2 here against the Barnstormers. The 1-2, check swing, and that one a little bit low in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers always have a potent lineup despite some of the great players they have lost this year. DePaula now 10 pitches, 6 of them for strikes. DePaula leans in for the side. Does not want to go 3-2 here at the bases loaded. See if they set up outside again. Nope, they're going to come inside. And the 2-2 here to Lastings Millage. Swanee hit to the right side, through for a base hit. That'll score 1. As De La Rosa will score easily. Here comes Frias. A throw is a little bit late, and we're all tied at 4 apiece. Well, Millage kept staying alive and then pokes one through the right side for RBIs number 24 and 25, and we have a brand new ball game tied at 4.
Yeah, like you said, fighting off some pitches, getting to a favorable count there on 2-2. And now Julio DePaula once again, you mentioned it earlier, 3 times in the last 6 appearances he allowed a pair of runs, and he does so again here. Well, of course, these runs go to Andrew Johnson, who now has allowed 3. But DePaula now responsible for both runners on base.
Josh Bell will step in. Bell has grounded out twice and struck out. He's 0 for 3. Hitting coach coming out of retirement to help the short-handed Barnstormers. Mentioned earlier, a former big leaguer as well. Time with the Orioles and the D-backs. This one misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Really must have been tough for him to retire. I mean, he had a great year last year with the Barnstormers. To quit when you have a year where you hit 296, hit 19 home runs, 87 RBIs. This one misses outside, 3-0. DePaula has lost the strike zone here. Barnstormers now hitting the Skeeters. Nine to 8, tied at 4-4, however. There goes the runner. This one is down low, no throw. Going to be ball 4 anyway, so no stolen base for Millage. Bases loaded once again here. Barnstormers threatening to break this one open.
Yeah, I think you got to get somebody else up if you're Gary Gaetti, and Rafi Montalvo is going to go out to maybe buy some time for a reliever, and it looks like a lefty is getting loose in the pen for the Skeeters.
Most likely Scott Main out there. I'll remind you that Mickey and the Motorcars are coming here to Constellation Field. If you like Texas country music, you'll want to be at Constellation Field on August 19th, a 6:05 start. Stay late after the game for a live post-game concert from Mickey and the Motorcars as part of the Skeeters post-game concert series, sponsored by Bud Light. To get your tickets, call 281-240-HITS or log on to SugarlandSkeeters.com. So 2 runs in here. Barnstormers threatening for more with the score tied 4-4. Tough hitter here, Sean Halton will step in. Here is flying out to center, walked, and had a single last time up. He was 1 for 2. He came in batting .253, but he is 3rd in the league in both home runs and RBIs with 16 dingers and 51 ribbies. First pitch to Halton. This one, big swing and a miss. It was a grand salami-esque swing. No balls and 1 strike to count. If you're Halton, you're looking to get it at least to the outfield, get a sac, fly, RBI, and give your team the lead. That's what that uppercut swing was all about. Halton, a .509 slugging percentage, good for 5th in the league as well. A bullet down the left side, but that one way foul. Hits a seat, bounces into left field near Hector Oliveira. Halton also 3rd in the league in total bases with 137 and 2nd in the league in extra base hits with 35. 4-4 here in the top of the 7th.
You're certainly going to waste one here if you're DePaula, but you got to be careful with the runner on 3rd, making sure the go-ahead run doesn't come in on a wild pitch or a pass ball.
So 0-2 the count here. Oliveira also had to get another ball that got loose.
Well, it was the same one. He threw it up there and it ricocheted back.
Somebody doesn't have good hands. DePaul is ready and deliver the 0-2. They're going to set up high and away. This one way outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. And well at 3rd, Millage at 2nd, Josh Bell at 1st. Bases loaded here for the Barnstormers. All knotted at 4. The 1-2 here by the Skeeters right-handed. DePaula kicks, fires, swung on, popped up. This is a big out on the infield. Prince coming in on the infield grass. Infield fly in play. That is a big second out. Not out of the woods yet. The power of Cole Garner still stands in the way of DePaula. Garner's 0 for 3, but he has sent 2 fly balls to right and 1 to center. The former Atlantic League home run champ. Garner led the Atlantic League in home runs, I mentioned, in 2014, with 26 home runs. It's also the same year that the Skeeters' Matt Wright led the league in strikeouts. Skeeters' Hurler had 137 to only member of the Skeeters to ever lead the league in strikeouts. This one swung and a miss. Matt Wright, of course, threw the very first pitch in Skeeters' history. No balls and 1 strike to count. Also the Skeeters' all-time win leader. And a bobblehead night for him last year. I'm sure he's going to make an appearance here at Constellation Field at some point. Barnstormers have batted around. Going to the 9th hitter to bat here. Swings and misses is this. No balls and 2 strikes to count.
This would be big for DePaula. He's thrown 21 pitches in this inning, and he hasn't even pitched the full inning. Andrew Johnson threw 18 before him. But the Skeeters would love to get out of this with just a tie score.
They set up outside. The 0-2 swung on and skied down the right side. See if Pounds has a play. He does, and he grabs it in foul territory just past the Skeeters dugout, and that'll do it. And not before the Barnstormers get 2 runs, bat around, and we're all tied at 4-4. 7th inning stretch time. Get your peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I do care if you never come back. right, thanks, Shane. All right, Skeeters fans, you ready to sing the 7th inning stretch? All right, one more time. Are you guys ready? All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, so just root for the Skeeters. If they don't win, it's a shame. Say it with me, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's go, Skeeters!
'27. I was in the press box just now.
All right.
We're ready. Third pitcher on the night for the Lancaster Barnstormers, R.J. Hively comes out of the pen. And Hively relieves John Kuchno, who had a 1-2-3 6th inning. Hively for the Barnstormers is 2-0 with a 3.99 ERA in 28 games this year, 29 1/3 innings pitched, 28 hits, 16 runs, 10 walks, 39 strikeouts, league hitting .241 against Hively, who's a native of Huntington Beach, California, was with Lancaster last year and has peaked at the AAA level in his professional career.
Well, Hively will take over here in a tie game. Barnstormers tied up at the top of this inning. They get a 4-4 game, although the scoreboard has still not changed for some reason. Well, we will pitch to you in 9, 1, and 2 here. Joe Benson, Josh Prince, and Kevin Ahrens. First pitch here by Hively to Benson. This one swung and fouled down the right side over the second deck and into the parking lot. 0-1 the count. So far tonight, Benson been on base twice, reached on an error by first baseman Sean Holton, then singled last time up. This one misses down low. 1 ball and 1 strike the count here to Benson. Joe came in at 227 with 2 home runs and 16 RBIs. RJ 6'2", 220. A right-hander from the stretch will kick and deal. This one a check swing, but Benson went around 1 and 2 the count. If Benson can get on again here, represents a second leadoff man for the Skeeters with his speed. The 1-2. This one low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Big hole up the middle for Benson. Second baseman Rico Noel shaded way to the right side. Almost as if he's a left-handed hitter, and the shortstop shaded towards the left side. No doubles as well by third and first. Hot shot to third. Nice play by Weber at third. Spins ball off of his mitt to the shortstop. Frias was in short left by the time he retrieved it. It'll be a leadoff single here for Benson and the Skeeters.
Another hard hit ball by Benson. Had one to the left side his last time up in the 5th inning with his first single of the night, and has now reached base all 3 times. That's really nice to see from your 9-hole hitter. It's exactly what you want him to do, is turn that lineup over for the top.
Prince, who is responsible for 2 of the Skeeters' 4 runs, hit a home run in his second at bat, his 6th of the year. 4-4 your score here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Let's see if Prince can get Benson in here. I'd give Benson a couple pitches to swipe it back here. And Prince is bunting right side of the mound. They're going to throw to second, and everything not well there. Benson's speed, you could have let him steal second. Prince, who's already hit a home run in this game, is bunting. Don't like the call there. Now all you do is replace Prince with Benson, so now you have to send Prince, who leads the Skeeters with 21 steals.
Yeah, that was not well executed. First of all, the bunt by Prince was a little too close to the pitcher Hively there, and he had to place that a little bit closer to that first base line to make sure he gave Benson more time to get up to second.
Hively, a little tour in college, went to Cal State Fullerton, Santa Ana College, and the University of Mississippi. First pitch here is low and away to Aarons. 1 ball and no strikes to count to Kevin. Aarons is 2 for 3. He has singled, struck out, doubled, scored a run, and driven in a run. Both back-to-back RBI hits by Aarons and Jansanti. In the 5th inning, the Skeeters a 4-1 lead at the time, but it is 4-4 now. Hively did not have a good year last year, split time between both Bridgeport and the Barnstormers. 1-4 with a 6.80 ERA with Bridgeport, 0-3 with a 6.06 ERA for these Barnstormers. Got the AAA Reno in 2015 in the Diamondback system, where he spent the rest of his career. They set up outside. The 1-0 here by Hively. This one is a strike on the inside corner, however. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Tied at 4-4 here in the bottom of the 7th. Hively 12-10 with a 3.41 career ERA and 22 saves. And a career high 14 saves. He was in Visalia and the Cal League in 2013. Little 1-1. I saw you now the Rawhide when I was broadcasting there. They were the Oaks. And at one point they were a co-op team, which kind of interesting. I don't think would ever be done these days. Your team is part of different franchises, sometimes even more than 2.
And so you combine 2 teams and then put them into 1?
Yep. 2 organizations into 1 team. 2-1 here, good hit and run count, but Prince with his hands on his knees, do not think he is going here.
American Association did that, I believe it was last year with.
That's because 1 team was defunct in the middle of the season, though.
Well, but then they played half their home games in Amarillo and half their games in Grand Prairie. They combined to make the Texas Air Hogs. The team was owned, or both teams were owned by the same group. Decided to combine the teams and split the home games between the 2 stadiums.
The 2-1 swung and missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. The whole infield flinched on that swing. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Aarons. 1 on and 1 out. Tied at 4 here in the 7th. Four runs on 9 hits for both of these teams. Hively from the stretch. And there goes Prince on a delayed steal. The throw down to second is in time. Wow, I thought he got that foot in there. Well, not going well here for the Skeeters. Prince shakes his head as he walks off. I thought he got the foot in there as well. Oh, Benson leads up with a single. Prince tries to bunt him over. He's forced out. Then Prince tries to steal second, and he's caught stealing.
It's real demoralizing, and now the Skeeters are the ones losing runners on the pads. on defensive plays by the Barnstormers. It was flipped in the earlier part of this game. Skeeters were erasing some base runners for Lancaster, but now they're getting the favor returned.
I don't like the move because now it's a 3-2, and Prince would be going anyway. This one is hit foul. Did not work out. Now Prince's speed on a very long single, he could even score moving on the pitch. We'll do the 3-2 again here at least one more time. 4-4 here in the bottom of the 7th. Skeeters had a 4-1 lead in this one at one point. Payoff pitch here coming from Hively to Aarons. Swan and hit down the left side, foul. Aarons having a heck of it at bat here. Jimmy's got no runners to drive in now. But just have to take care of business himself. He has 7 home runs during the regular season, had a home run in the All-Star game. Let's see if Aarons can get something done here. Long look in by Hively. Hively is never in a rush here. 12 pitches now for Hively, just 7 for strikes. This one swung and fouled off again. Great at bat here by Kevin Aarons.
And Aarons certainly isn't making it easy for him, fouling off some pitches left and right.
The 9th pitch coming here to Kevin Aarons. Again, the 3-2 here by the right-hander. He kicks and deals, and this one is on the inside corner for strike 3, and that'll do it. A once promising start does not end well. A incredibly strange 1-2-3 inning. Well, we are through 7 innings, and we're still tied at 4.
Thanks, Shane. Yes, I have $50 in my hand for one lucky season ticket holder out there. So get excited. Get on your feet. Which section am I going to tonight? Let's see. All right. What about the third base side? Kinda. I'm going to head over to the first base side. All right. What about section 9? Sorry, guys. I'm heading this way. Let's see. Section 8. I like the noise. I like the noise. I appreciate it. But I'm actually heading over this way. What about section number 7? You know what? Just because I love the noise here, I'm going to go to section 7. Let's see. What row am I in? K. I'm actually looking for row L, seat 1. Do we have that ticket? Can I see? Can I see?
4th pitcher on the night enters the game for the Skeeters as we start this 8th inning in a tie game. Dustin Richardson, the lefty, will now take over. Richardson on the season 1-4 with a 4.62 ERA, 35th appearance, which leads the team. Has 4 saves this year, 25 1/3 innings pitched, 16 hits, 14 runs, 19 walks, and 37 strikeouts. League hitting just 178 against the lefty, Dustin Richardson.
Number 34 is 33 years old. He is 6'6", 220. The Newton, Kansas native, pitched for the Ducks last year. It's his 3rd stint with the Skeeters. He was part of the inaugural season and the 2013 season as well. We'll try to keep this game at 4-4. And some tough hitters coming up. Trayvon Robinson, who's got 2 doubles in this game. Garrett Weber, who's been on twice with a walk and a single. And then Anderson De La Rosa, All-Star has singled and scored 2. Trayvon Robinson, the switch hitter, will bat here, and he'll bat from the right side against the southpaw Richardson. He is, as I mentioned, hit into 2 doubles and sandwiched between. He grounded into a double play. Richardson has put up a goose egg in 4 of his last 5 appearances. Former Texas Tech star, drafted by the Red Sox in the 5th round out of Texas Tech. It was in 2006 and spent part of 2 seasons in the big leagues with the Red Sox. This one chop foul right side. No balls and 1 strike to count. Four runs on 9 hits for both teams. Skeeters have committed a pair of errors. The Barnstormers 1. Get a moment here. I will go over all the finals in the Atlantic League. Actually, not all finals yet. 2 of the 4 games. 1 fouled off. I can go over that now. Somerset edges out the Ducks 3-2. Richardson's former squad. And Southern Maryland beats the Bees 5-4. 2 close ones there. Bridgeport and York had been delayed. The game now in the top of the 9th. And the Bluefish leading the Revolution 6-3. Again, 4-4 here in the top half of the 8th inning. Robinson has an 0-2 count. The 0-2 by Richardson. This one a little bit high. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count here on Trayvon. I do like that name a lot. It's got flair and panache for the former 10th round pick of the Dodgers. The 1-2. This one is low and away. They'll leave the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes here. The Patriots and the Ducks play a 3-hour and 20-minute game, 9 innings. The Blue Crabs and Bees play a 3-hour and 4-minute game in 11.
Go figure.
It doesn't. More innings, more runs, less time. This one is hit into right field. That's going to fall in for a base hit in front of Benson. And that's a bad leadoff man to be aboard as Robinson now gets his 3rd hit of the night, but he also has speed. Robinson comes in with 11 steals. He has been caught just once.
Yeah, we'll see how Richardson holds him on. He'll be looking straight at him as the left-handed pitcher and see who will take the base there if Robinson does decide to come and steal, who in the middle infield will try and cover.
Weber will step in, the all-star 3rd baseman. Been on base twice with a walk and a single. He's also grounded after short. He's 1 for 2. First pitch, a fastball misses just off the outside corner. Richardson with 2 good pitches. Slider and a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Barnstormers now hitting the Skeeters 10-9, tied at 4-4 here in the 8th. Cordero sets up inside. This one big swing and a miss. 91 on the gun there for Richardson as it blows a fastball past Weber. I think it's a better feeling, hitting a home run or blowing a heater past a hitter for strike 3.
It's tough. I'd go home run.
Taking you were a hitter.
Well, not so much. I mean,
this one way inside, almost hits Weber, goes to the backstop.
I think it did.
And they're going to say he's going to trot down to first. So bad news here for the Skeeters. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. And you have to think De La Rosa is going to be bunting here. So 1st and 2nd, nobody out for the all-star catcher. De La Rosa has singled, struck out, and hit into a fielder's choice. He's also scored 2 runs. You got to really think he's bunting here. See what they do.
Well, it's tough to take the bat out of that guy's hands. He's been hitting pretty well.
Then you have another all-star on deck, Vladimir Frias, who's also a switch hitter. Looks like the Skeeters are going to bring the infield in here. Well, 1st and 3rd for sure to protect against the bunt. Looks like everybody else will stay back. See if De La Rosa squares. He does. Gives it away early here. Pulls it back. However, takes a strike on the inside corner. 0-1. He's pointing, saying that was way inside. Very displeased with the call there. 0-1 the count here on Anderson De La Rosa. De La Rosa came in 260, 3 home runs, 25 RBI. See if he shows bunt again here. Gotta think he is. Now asks for timeout. Still kind of annoyed on that pitch. Another big turning point in this game for the Skeeters. The last turning point did not go their way. They're up 4-1. 3 runs scored. He does square bunt, pops it in the air, foul. So now, are you an unconventional manager, Ross Peoples, and have De La Rosa bunt with 2 strikes, or do you have the all-star catcher swing away here? Gotta be leaning towards swinging away.
Absolutely. I think it's out of the cards now, and you have to try and trust your batter here, knowing that there's another pretty tough hitter coming up after him.
Let's see what he does here. Looks like he's about to give away a bunt. Waggling that bat back and forth a little, and he does square to bunt, and he bunts it through the wickets of Cordero, so he's going to be out here. It's officially a strikeout. A big strikeout indeed. Not out of the woods yet. First and second, 1 out. We're tied 4-4. All-star shortstop and switch hitter Vladimir Frias will step in. He's got an RBI single. He has walked, and really the only time they got him out, took a great play in left by Hector Oliveira on a low-sinking line drive coming in. Came in batting .282 with 5 home runs and 27 RBIs. Switch hitter. Actually, he's batting from the left side unless he's abandoned switch hitting. Gonna go lefty-lefty here. Maybe protect against the slider. He's gonna square to bunt. That had to be for show. 1 ball and no strikes to count here on Frias. Again, first and second, only 1 away. Robinson is down at second. Weber down at first on the hit by pitch. 4-4 here in the top half of the 8th inning. The 1-0. This one, a strike on the inside corner. The throw down to second, not in time. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on. Tied at 4-4 here in the top half of the 8th inning in game 1 of a 6-game series. All against these Barnstormers. Richardson just waiting for Frias to get back into the box, who is in no rush. Again, the count 1-1 here on Vladimir. Richardson looks at second, but he'll deal home. And this one is just off the outside corner, 2-1. Close pitch there. The Boo Birds come out here at Constellation Field. Even Frias was frozen. Still frozen, in fact. He looks at his third base coach and manager.
I think that was a strike to the right-handed batter, to Anderson De La Rosa, just a few moments ago in that same spot.
2-1, 1 out, 2 on. First and second, good hit and run count. Runners do not go. This one swung and fouled straight back. That caught way too much at the plate, 2-2. Richardson may have gotten away with one there. Mentioned the Skeeters' Matt Wright earlier. The pitched here for the first 4 years of the Skeeters franchise, and the very first pitch for the Skeeters here in 2012, and the only other player to wear number 34 is Richardson here. They set up outside. The 2-2 by the Skeeters. Southpaw is on the outside corner, strike 3, and Frias doesn't believe it. Now 2 on with 2 out.
Well, great placement and composure by Dustin Richardson, even though he had the first 2 batters reach. Gets a couple of big strikeouts there. Attacks Anderson De La Rosa, who I still think should not have been squaring around on 0-2, but he gets the strikeout, and then he gets Frias there, knowing that he could take advantage of that little outside strike from the home plate umpire.
Back to the top of the order now, but the score is still tied at 4-4. 2 on, 2 out. As the right-handed hitting second baseman steps in, Rico Noel, who has doubled, flied to center, fouled out, was hit by a pitch last time up. First pitch here to Noel is down low, 1 ball and no strikes on the off-speed pitch by Richardson. Noel came in at 264, a home run, 14 RBIs. Very little bend in the knees, but a very wide open stance from the right side. Almost looks tough to hit like that. This one just misses off the outside corner. 2 balls and no strikes. Some tough hitters coming up. Richardson really wants to get Noel here. Former big year last things, Millage and Josh Bell, and cleanup hitter Sean Halton to follow. The 2-0 here by Richardson. This one catches the outside corner for a strike. 2-1 the count. 4-4 here in the top half of the 8th inning. Richardson will out a leadoff single here in the inning to Robinson, then hit Garrett Weber. First and second, nobody out, but then he struck out De La Rosa and froze Frias for strike 3. The 2-1 by the southpaw. This one low and in, 3-1. Now one pitch from loading the bases here. The last time Millage was up, the bases were loaded then too. Richardson usually a quick worker, but taking a lot of time here between pitches tonight. The 3-1. This one outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. The turning point in this one for the Skeeters. So Robinson goes down to third. Weber up to second. And on at first is Rico Noel. So a single, hit by pitch, and a walk have loaded the bases.
Right-hander getting loose for the Skeeters. Meanwhile, as Dustin Richardson now has 21 pitches in this 8th inning. Is being pushed to the brink now, facing the 6th batter of this inning.
Manny Corpus, the former big leaguer, warming up for Sugarland. Millage reached on and over by first baseman Brian Pounds. Reached on a fielder's choice, singled each of the last 2 times up, including a 2-run single with the bases full last time up. He's now 3 for 7 with the bases loaded. First pitch to Millage, taking all the way, kind of backing out as the pitch was on the way. It catches the outside corner, however, for a strike. 0-1. Millage steps out, but obeying the Atlantic League rules, keeps 1 foot in the box. Proving if big leaguers can adjust here, they can surely adjust in the big leagues. The 0-1. This one is a strike on the inside corner. 0-2. And Millage now has some words as well for home plate umpire Ken Leventhal. And Barnstormers certainly not pleased here in the 8th with some of the strike calls.
Yeah, it's an inside pitch to the right-handed batter and the outside pitch to the lefties that's been bothering the Barnstormers in this inning.
Richardson looking to strike out his 3rd straight hitter. Let's see if he can get Millage here. They set up inside the 0-2 check swing. Kind of an excuse me swing. Fouled off to the right side. Count remains 0-2.
And Millage is talking with Ken Leventhal right now, making sure that he has no confusion as to what's a strike and what isn't.
4-4 here in the top of the 8th. Skeeters and Barnstormers, well, they have gone at it. Both in the playoffs in 2014 for the championship, where the Barnstormers won, and the regular season, battling for division crowns in the Freedom Division. The 0-2, Swan, and a little blooper right side, but Pounds has it in foul territory. And nice job here by Richardson, who gets out of a bases loaded jam with 2 Ks and a foul out to the first baseman. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 3 big men left on base. Bottom of the 8th when we get back, Skeeters and Barnstormers all knotted at 4.
Thanks, Shane. Yes, tonight we're switching it up a bit. We're going to have a double stolen base race. I've got Rigo and Carson, and we've got 2 bases out there in right field tonight. It's going to be a race. When I say so, guys, you're going to run down there, steal the base, and bring it back to me. Let's put the countdown up on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, and Rigo's off to a fast start, but Carson's right behind him. Grab one of those bases, guys. Bring it right back to me. All right, looks like they've both got the bases. You got to bring it back, Carson. Keep coming, Rigo. You got it. Oh, cheer them on. It's pretty far out there tonight. Keep going. Go all the way. Great job. They both finished with time to spare, so we're going to call you guys both winners. Congratulations. Back up to you, Shane.
New pitcher for the Barnstormers, 4th on the night, and it's the right-hander Scott Schumann who comes in for R.J. Hively, who allowed a hit. And no runs, no walks, and a strikeout in the 7th. On comes Schumann for the 33rd time this year for Lancaster, 2-0 with a 1.72 ERA and 31 1/3 innings pitched, 24 hits, 6 runs, 11 walks, 39 strikeouts. League hitting just .220 against Schumann, the Valdosta, Georgia native, who was a Long Island Duck last season and comes into a tie score here for his team in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, Schumann will pitch to Anthony Jansanti to start this one off. Schumann an all-star, as was Jansanti, and I asked Anthony about his all-star appearance and what it meant to him.
It was one of the best experiences I've ever had in baseball. I mean, I can imagine that's probably what it feels like to be a major leaguer. I mean, they treated us so well. I mean, around every corner they had someone to help us. I mean, the food was awesome. The venues were incredible. The fans were incredible. The home run derby was fun. The game was fun. The atmosphere was fun. I mean, it was like, it was something I think everybody needs to experience. Somerset did an unbelievable job, and I was really grateful to be a part of it.
First pitch was a strike here to Jansanti. No balls and 1 strike. 2 hits on the night. 0 for 4 in the All-Star game. 2 for 3 here. He's driven in a run. Tied at 4-4 here in the bottom of the 8th. This one, big swing and a miss by Anthony. No balls and 2 strikes to count. Trying to give his team back the lead with 1 swing. Jansanti has great speed. He has to think more as a leadoff hitter here, even though he is the number 3 hitter in this lineup tonight. Jansanti 282, 4 home runs, 25 RBIs. This one misses outside. Fastball by Schumann, 1-2. Schumann went to Auburn University, former 19th round pick of the Rays in 2009. The 1-2. This one swung and missed, strike 3. Not in a good bat by Anthony, a rare bad one. Is out number 1. Travis Scott will step in. He has flied out to center and struck out each of the last 2 times up. Travis, 239, 7 home runs, and 36 RBIs. You have Travis, although tonight is going to be difficult. The wind still blowing in here. So you have the Skeeters all-star coach can lead by example, but seen him pull it through this wind before. He's going to have a tough time doing it here tonight. Big gap, though, down the right field line. First pitch here, big swing and a miss. Schumann, good fastball there. No balls and 1 strike to count. 4-4 here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Scott slightly open stance from the left side against the right-hander. They set up away, and this one big swing and a miss again, and Schumann Some movement on that fastball. They're only in the mid-80s, but with that movement, looks like it's 90 plus. After Scott, it'll be Cole Gillespie. Gillespie has struck out each of his last 2 times up, 0 for 3, but terrific hitter and former big leaguer. It's quite the big league resume. Always a threat. The 0-2. There's one low and in near the feet of Scott. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 out, none on, tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 8th. Skeeter would like to get off to a good start here after the All-Star break. We're 3-3 so far here in the second half. Half a game better than the Barnstormers, who are 3-4. One swung and fouled off the mask of the catcher De La Rosa. Looks like he is okay. Speaking of which, Alfredo Rodriguez was activated today. Spoke to him earlier. He not only got the backswing of a bat, but on the very next pitch got hit in the head. Had concussion syndrome and was placed on the DL. Wow, and that's just bad enough getting hit on a backswing, but taking one right in the head on the very next pitch.
Yeah, it happened in New York, and he had to be taken out of the game, rightfully so.
Well, 1-2 here to Scott. This one a check swing foul. Just got a piece of it. Grounded back to the backstop. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Yeah, if Scott can get on, he would represent the go-ahead run. And really at this point, even though it's still the 8th, you get into, right after this inning, you get into walk-off time. You get a run here, you suddenly create a save situation. 3 outs. This one's one and fouled straight back. That was a fantastic cut by Scott. He just missed that one. A little hard to get on top of that one. It was about chest high. Well, count remains 1-2 here. Schumann from the stretch. They'll set up outside. The 1-2 is low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Travis Scott. Pretty good at bat here by the Skeeters DH. Scott will step back into the box here. If Schumann comes inside, went outside on the last pitch. Maybe groove one a little low and in. Nope, they're going to set up outside. This one swung and tapped back to Schumann. Takes a short hop off the mound. He'll throw it to first. There's out number 2, and now we're going to pause 10 seconds for a station identification. Cole Gillespie will step in. Gillespie still looking for his first home run as a member of the Skeeters. Would be a perfect time for it. Gillespie has flat out to right, struck out, and each of his last 2 times up, he's 0 for 3, which means he's due. They set up outside. This one is a big swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike to count. That last one had some giddy up on it. That was 95 by Schumann. The 0-1. This one swung and a jam shot. This one in out to short left center. Vladimir Frias, the shortstop, reaches over his head and pulls it down. And the all-star reliever has himself a 1-2-3 inning. A strikeout, a ground out, and a pop-up. We are through 8 innings of play, and we're tied at 4.
Thanks, Shane. Yes, I'm over here in section 9 with Dave and Heather, and they're ready to take on the Assured Float Solutions baseball movie trivia. Let's take a look at the question. Which of these films are based on the true story of 2 pitchers who were discovered by a sports agent after winning a reality show competition? We'll give you 3 choices. Was it A, $1 Million Arm, B, The Winning Team, or C, Mr. 3000? If you think you know the answer, go ahead and yell it out. Help them out. Do you know, Dave?
$1 Million Arm?
I believe that was A. Are you sure?
I am sure.
Let's take a look and see. It was! Great job. So that means you're the winner of 25 Skeeter Bucks thanks to Assured Float Solutions. Back up to you, Shane.
We have a tie game in the 9th inning, and the Skeeters have their 5th pitcher of the night on the mound. It's Manny Corpus. 1-2 record with a 5.71 ERA for Corpus in 21 games between the Skeeters and the York Revolution this year. 17 1/3 innings pitched, 29 hits, 11 runs, 6 walks, and 19 strikeouts. As Corpus comes on for Dustin Richardson, who Houdini'd himself out of the way of the 8th inning, allowed just 1 hit, no runs, a walk, and 2 strikeouts in the 8th.
A tough part of the order here for the Barnstormers. Josh Bell, the former big leaguer, will lead it off by Sean Halton and Cole Gorner. So pretty good pop in these three. Squares the bunt here. I don't know what Bell's thinking, because even if he gets a perfect bunt down, he is not well enough to run. Takes that one for a strike, however. 0-1 the count. Corp is, of course, not only a former big league reliever, but a former big league closer with the Rockies. 1-1 strike to count. The 1-1. This one swung and hit through the left side for a base hit. You can see Bell getting down to first a bit slowly. You wonder if they'll get a pinch runner for him here. I think they will, and they will. Smart move here.
Yeah, that's Nate Coronado. Will make his first appearance for the Barnstormers.
Go ahead run is down at first now. Coronado. See if he has speed here. Halton, the all-star first baseman, will step in. He's been on base twice with a walk and a single. He's also flied out to center and popped out to second. Righty-righty matchup here for Corpus. Pretty good lead for Coronado, and this one is a little bit low. 1 and no strikes to count. Four here in the top half of the 9th inning. Skeeters trying to send it to the bottom of the 9th, with the score staying the same. Have a chance for a walk-off. This one, I don't know where that one was. Cordero framed it perfectly on the outside corner. Looked like it had plenty of the plate.
Corpus trying to shake off a tough road trip. He went 0-2 in 3 games. He led up the walk-off run in the 10th against the York Revolution on Sunday of last week, or 2 weeks ago, and then also got the loss in Southern Maryland as the Skeeters lost 2-1 the following Tuesday.
Snap throw down to first. Just getting back in, standing up behind the tag of Pounds. Corpus digging himself deep here. That pitch was ball 3, so it is 3-0. Last inning, the first 2 got on. The inning before the first 2 get on. Skeeters playing with fire here. If Corpus can get one over here. Can't groove one on 3-0 to Halton either. This one is a fastball low and away, and that's ball 4. Cole Garner, not the bunting type. I'd be surprised if he is. That speed in his day. Let's see what they do here with Garner. Garner looking at his third base coach. mentioned a former home run champ. First day back in the lineup. Seems like every time Garner comes back, his first day is against the Skeeters. Did the same thing last year when he joined the New Britain Bees. And she's back from Mexico this year. Let's see if Corpus can get himself out of this jam, as did Richardson. So far, 7 pitches, only 2 for strikes. And Garner is bunting here, bunts it foul. And Cordero tried to pick it up, couldn't get a handle on it, but it was called foul immediately by the home plate umpire.
And Cordero is not happy about it. He was pointing at a spot to where it was in the field of play, and he thought that one was fair, and he thought he had an easy out.
Could have been a double play if he grabbed it and threw it down to third. No balls and 1 strike here on Garner. Squaring again here, gives it away early, and this time a good bunt left side of the mound. Corpus is going to go to third, and they're going to get him. Great play by the Skeeters right-hander. Big fielder's choice there. 1-5 on the putout.
And not a good decision there by Garner by bunting it up the third base line, which took Corpus closer to that third base bag. If it was down the first base line, Corpus would only have 1 play at first. He wouldn't have been able to get that lead runner.
I heard a manager once tell me never have guys in a situation when they're doing things they're not used to doing, and having a home run hit or bunt, things like that wind up happening. Well, that'll bring in Trayvon Robinson, who is having a terrific evening. He has 3 hits, 2 doubles, a single, and grounded into a double play. He is 3 for 4. Switch hitter will bat here from the left side against the right-hander Manny Corpus. He set up inside. First pitch is healthy cut, foul back into our left. Cameron's back down on the field right near on-deck hitter Garrett Weber. Corpus now even in strikes and balls. 5 for strikes, 5 for balls. 4-4 here in the top half of the 9th inning. Skeeters trying to give themselves a walk-off opportunity in the bottom of the 9th if they can keep it tied here. The 0-1. This one way inside, 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on. The Barnstormers had a ton of hits and only 1 run early through this game. 1 run on 7 hits. Now 2 more hits than the Skeeters, 11-9. The score knotted at 4. Corpus steps off momentarily. Wants a new set of signs here from Cordero, and now Trayvon Robinson's had enough. He steps out. Now it appears everybody is on the same page. Corpus is ready. He looks at second. At Halton and comes home. This one way inside. That one almost got away from Cordero. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. That one got a piece of Cordero as well. So the home plate umpire will get the ball to Corpus personally and then dust off home plate. Was Corpus, mentioned he was a closer at the big league level. And 19 saves for the Rockies in 2007. Part of that magical run when the Rockies won 21 of the last 22 games. High chopper towards second. Prince only have 1 play at first, and now he has no plays. Kind of an artificial turf-like hop, and the bases are loaded with only 1 away.
That's unlucky if you're Prince, and he had a little bit of trouble getting that out of the glove. And I think if it's a clean exchange between glove and hand, he probably has that play at first. But instead, it's bases loaded and 1 out, and man, is that a big swing.
Well, Prince probably wise to hold on to that. Didn't want to risk throwing it away at third or rushing a throw to first. Looks like the infield might play halfway here. First and third are in. We'll bring up all-star third baseman Garrett Weber with the bases loaded here and only 1 away, and the score tied at 4-4 here in the top of the 9th. First pitch, big swing and a miss. Good pitch by Corpus, a low slider. No balls and 1 strike to count.
Skeeters pitchers have not had easy innings. The relievers have been really expended. Andrew Johnson had to throw 18 pitches, 22 for Richardson, or excuse me, for DePaula in 2/3, and Richardson threw 25 last inning. And now Corpus with 15.
This one misses low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Weber has been on base 3 times. He has walked, singled, and was hit by a pitch. It's officially 1 for 2. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, tied at 4 bases loaded here for the Barnstormers. This one high and outside, 2-1 the count to Weber. Corpus again struggling a little bit here. 15 pitches now, 16 pitches now, 7 for strikes, 9 for balls. Prince is fairly deep at second, but Jansanti is not at short. This one just misses off the outside corner, 3-1, and now Corpus in danger of walking the go-ahead run in here.
Here comes Rafi Montalvo.
Montalvo has to say something quick to settle him down. 17 pitches, only 7 for strikes here. Now 1 more bad pitch, and the Skeeters, who have not trailed in this game since the 3rd inning, would lose this lead late. Rafi has a way of calming down a pitcher like Manny Corpus. Sometimes he seems to work magic out there, and sometimes it's really just for a break. I mean, I think anything you do in life, when you're just doing something and you're getting frustrated with it, sometimes you want to get through it, but a lot of times it's better to take a break, and really can't do it when you're on the mound by yourself. It requires a pitching coach.
Montalvo's pretty intense in that meeting right now.
I think he's telling the home plate umpire that he's going to talk to his pitcher regardless. I think he's probably also arguing some of the borderline pitches. And Rafi, you better be careful. He is very close to being tossed, and now he's gone. And Rafi, sticking up for his pitcher, gets thrown out of the way of this one. And now he's going to pull a Kevin Baez and kick some dirt here on home plate. And he is furious here. That's the loudest and most animated I've seen Montalvo get all season, and it's tough to get Rafi mad, but he is furious. And now Gary Gaddy going to come out to try to settle things down here, and Rafi Montalvo not quite done with home plate umpire Ken Leventhal. And now he's going to throw his hat. Montalvo still going to get his fill as Reggie Liggins, the first base umpire, trying to keep some order here. Montalvo ejected from this game. He will leave to an ovation nonetheless. It looks like Montalvo really had nothing to say to his pitcher. He really wanted to make a point. Sometimes sticking up for your pitcher can kind of create a little mojo on your side. Butch Hobson of these Barnstormers was very good at that, rallying his team. Butch was priceless too. He once saw third base being thrown by John Brownell here in the last homestand. Butch once ripped out third base, signed third base, and handed it to a fan in the first row.
That's classic.
Butch's tosses were priceless. Long layoff here, so Corpus wants to throw a few warm-up tosses.
If that doesn't fire up your relief pitcher, I don't know what will.
Fired up or not, Corpus in a deep hole here. 3-1 the count here to Weber. Base is loaded here, 1 out. Score tied at 4-4 here in the ninth. Corpus is ready. Big pitch here in this game. A 3-1 here to Weber is low in the dirt, ball 4, and he has walked in the go-ahead run, and the Barnstormers have taken a 5-4 lead here in the ninth. So a walk and an RBI, the 33rd RBI of the year for Weber. Is on base for his 4th time.
Yeah, that's tough for Corpus, and once again on the hook for a loss here. That would be 3 consecutive losses in his last 3 decisions if it does end up that way, and you got to feel for that guy who's trying to turn it around after a rough road trip.
Still not anywhere near out of the woods yet. Still only 1 away with the bases loaded And all-star catcher Anderson De La Rosa will bat here. He's 1 for 4. He scored 2. First pitch is a little low. And with pitches like that, they got Rafi Montalvo tossed out of this game. The Skeeters pitching coach really felt his pitcher was not getting the benefit of any borderline calls, although both teams could make that argument tonight. The 1-0. Swung and hit towards short and past the diving Jan Santi. This may get 2 more. Robinson will score, Garner will score easily, so they will hold up the other runner. It is now a 6-4 lead here. RBI number 26 here for De La Rosa.
Really nice piece of hitting there from De La Rosa, not wasting much time and getting in early on the count from Manny Corpus. And once again, Manny with a rough outing here, and now Chris Tribe gets loose in the pen.
I don't think Tribe could warm up any quicker. So in steps Vladimir Frias. First pitch is swung and fouled, and that one got a piece of Cordero as well. Ouch, I think that got his hand, the throwing hand.
And he wants to give the baseball back to Corpus. Ken Leventhal, the home plate umpire, was going to go give it to him to buy Cordero some time, but Cordero wants to keep his pitcher warm here. 21 pitches for Corpus.
Still only 1 out, 2 runs in, and the bases are still loaded. This is the 7th batter to hit here in the 9th. Again, a 6-4 lead here. The Barnstormers 6 runs on 13 hits now. The Skeeters 4 runs on 9. The 0-1. This one misses inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Corpus just 9 strikes out of 22 pitches. And Corpus is ready. The 1-1 coming here to the number 9 hitter, Vladimir Frias. This one misses outside. Looks like Corpus can't buy a strike here.
And that's frustrating. I mean, when you're out there and you're getting squeezed and your pitching coach was just thrown out of the game for, the fact that you're not getting these strike calls. And there were some pitchers that were getting them earlier in the game. It's got to be tough when you're up there on that mound. Just feels helpless.
The 2-1 popped up. That one going to make the seats over our head. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count here. Corpus has to get it out here.
Last 3 pitchers for the Skeeters have had to go north of 20 pitches, even though they haven't pitched more than an inning. DePaula just 2/3 had 22 pitches. Richardson pitched the last inning for 25, and Corpus about to deal number 25 here.
The 2-2. This one hit to the left side. Aarons has it. He's going to fire it home, and just getting out of the way is Cordero. The throw back to third now goes past Aarons, and coming down to score to make it 7-4 is Weber. Will be the 3rd error of the night for the Skeeters, all not going well here in the ninth.
And that's not a good decision from Albert Cordero. You got the 1 out at home, and you really don't have to be a hero, as that runner did make a long turn at third, but you got to know the situation with so many runners on base, and now that's going to bring Corpus out of this game.
It's been a long inning for Matty, and Eric Gaetti will go to his bullpen for the sidearm Submariner combination of the Oklahoma native Chris Tribett. So we'll take a break as Corpus goes out, so will we. We'll tell you all about the Skeeters right-hander when we return here in a moment.
Well, the Skeeters had the all-star break to rest up their bullpen, but they're having to expend it tonight. Sixth pitcher for the Skeeters in this game comes into the ninth inning. It's Chris Tribett, and he comes on for the Skeeters for the 17th time this year. No record, 4.12 ERA, 19 2/3 innings pitched, 25 hits, 11 runs, 8 walks, 18 strikeouts for the side armor from Oklahoma, and now we'll take over with runners at the corners for the Barnstormers. 2 outs in the top of the ninth. And now the Skeeters with a deficit.
3 runs in here for the Barnstormers in the top of the ninth. They lead by 3, 7-4. 8th batter to hit here is leadoff man Rico Noel as we go back to the top of the order. Well, the Collinsville, Oklahoma native will try to put out the fire here. First pitch here is a bullet, but snared by Kevin Aarons, who goes high in the air to bring that one down. So Tribett needs just 1 pitch to get out of this, despite it being scolded to third baseman Kevin Aarons. But 3 runs come in here for the Barnstormers. They get 3 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. Last chance for the Skeeters, bottom of the ninth. They need 3 to tie, 4 to win. We'll see if the Skeeters have a big rally when we return.
Skeeters trail by 3 runs in the bottom of the ninth inning, and on comes the closer for the Lancaster Barnstormers, Anthony Carter. And Carter this year has 16 saves, which is good for 3rd in the Atlantic League. 32nd appearance for Anthony. 3-2 with a 4.75 ERA and 30 1/3 innings pitched. 35 hits, 16 runs, 6 walks, 29 strikeouts. League hitting .287 against Carter, who's the 5th pitcher of the night, and relieves Scott Schumann, who pitched a scoreless 8th inning. Bullpen so far has been spotless for the Barnstormers.
So we will face Brian Pounds, Hector Oliveira, and Albert Cordera. The Skeeters trailing 7-4 here in the bottom of the ninth. Carter has not allowed a run in each of his last 5 appearances. He's also nailed down 15 straight save opportunities. Franchise record is actually 26. First pitch here to Pounds. This one is a little bit high. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Pounds is 0 for 3. He has flat out to right, was robbed on a great play by Trayvon Robinson in center, and popped out the 3rd last time up. Last time out, he picked up the win on July 8th against York in a Barnstormers 5-4 win. He went 1 perfect inning. Was not perfect. Allowed 1 hit, did not strike out or walk a batter. Skeeters down by 3 here in the bottom of the ninth. He has not pitched more than an inning at any point this season. 2 balls and no strikes to count here to Pounds. Corner originally from Decatur, Georgia, the 31-year-old. To Georgia Pyramid College. This one is a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. From a 26th round pick of the White Sox. Spent a little time in Japan. Pitching for Nippon. 50 appearances back in 2014. All in relief. 0-5 with a 3.97 ERA. This one swung and fouled off to the right side. 2-2 here on Pounds. Actually finished that season in the PCL with El Paso and the Padres organization. Spent most of his career in the White Sox organization, 7 seasons. 1 season at AAA with the Red Sox at Pawtucket. Last year in Round Rock at the Rangers organization here in Texas. This one hit high in the air to shallow center field. It is going to be the shortstop who brings it down for out number 1. Skeeters down by 3, down to their final 2 outs here. Well, that'll bring in Hector Oliveira, who is 1 for 3. He has grounded at the short twice and singled between. Carter in his career 37-37 with a 4.63 ERA and 58 career saves. Looking for his third 20 save season. His career high was in Pawtucket, 24 saves. And also while in Birmingham in 2010 at 22 saves. The 0-1. This one is a strike on the inside corner. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes to count here on Oliveira. Hector 1 for 3, 313, 2 home runs and 12 RBIs coming in. The 0-2 punched out to right field near the line. Long run for Garner, and he won't be able to catch up to this one. That's a fair ball. It's right near the line, but Garner's going to hold him to a long single here. A 1-on, 1-out. Albert Cordero will step in. Cordero is 0 for 3. He is grounded out to second, struck out, and grounded out to short last time up. The switch hitter will bat here from the left side. Carter has 2 hits in his last 4 outings. Skeeters with a hit here by Oliveira. Need 1 more batter to reach to bring the tying run to the plate, trailing 7-4 here in the bottom of the 9th. First pitch here is swung and hit towards second. This could be 2. A backhanded flip by Noel to second, a relay to first, and a double play ends this one for the Skeeters. Nifty glove work by the second baseman. 4-6-3 ends it, and the Skeeters, who once led 4-1 in this game, lose by a final score of 7-4. 7 runs, 13 hits, and 1 error for the Barnstormers. 4 runs, 10 hits, and a pair of errors for the Skeeters. Excuse me, 3 errors in all for Sugarland. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll have our player of the game with Andy Humphrey. We'll give you the final numbers. We'll give you the highlights and preview tomorrow's Game 2 matchup. All that more when we return on the Skeeters post-game show in a moment. Welcome to the Skeeters post-game show. A disappointed Ira Lieben as the Skeeters blow a 4-1 lead and lose this one by a final score of 7-4. Well, 7 runs, 13 hits, and 1 error for the Barnstormers. 4 runs, 10 hits, and a trio of errors for the Skeeters really hurt them tonight. The winning pitcher is Scott Schumann. He improves to 3-0, and Anthony Carter gets his 17th save of the season. Manny Corpus picks up the loss for Sugarland. He is now 1-3. Time of the game, 3 hours and 29 minutes in front of 5,449 fans here at Constellation Field on a Friday night fireworks, as you could probably hear in the background. Let's tell you how this one happened. It was a scoreless first and second, but it was the Barnstormers who got a run in the top half of the third inning to take a 1-0 lead. But it was the Skeeters who stormed right back in the bottom of the third with 1 out and 1 on. Up came Josh Prince.
Thanks, Shane. Yes, I'm going to start my way down here on the third base side. I know it's dark, kind of hard to see me.
Well,
but
after a
this
scoreless
orange
fourth
hula hoop
inning,
is
the
special
Skeeters would
tonight
add
because
to their
there's
2-1 lead.
prizes in this
Joe
hoop.
Benson led off with a
3
single,
winners for a
and then
free
Josh
dry
Prince
cleaning
doubled.
from Holiday
But
Cleaners,
Benson
as
tried to
well as
score. He was
5
thrown out at
winners
the
for
plate
a
on a great
Be
throw by
Our
Lastings
Guest
Millage
card.
in
All right,
left, but
moving
that
over
didn't
this
stop
way,
the,
the green
stop the
hoop on the
Skeeters.
third
Prince
base side.
went into third
I've got
on the
3
throw.
winners for
Came
Sports
Kevin
with
Aarons.
free haircut. And lastly, on the third base side in this pink hoop, I have 3 winners for a free Whataburger gift card. As always, on the first base side, Swanson's going to be guarding that hockey net, but if you get one past him, that is a pair of tickets to any regular season game. Right past Swanson, I've got a yellow hula
Skeeters
hoop.
would add some
And
insurance
on that
as
one,
Andy
I'm gonna
Humphrey
have
once
2
again
winners
had the
for
call
Texas
with
Roadhouse,
Anthony
a
Jansanti
$10
at the
gift
plate.
card. And lastly, on the far side, in the pinkish orange one, can't really tell the color, it's going to be 2 winners for a Corelli's Italian Cafe $20 gift card. All right, get ready. 3, 2,
Skeeters
1,
looked like they were in
launch
good
'em.
shape, but things fell apart in the 7th inning as a trio of runs would
I know
come
we've
in.
got a
Trayvon
sold-out launch about
Robinson,
that. I
who
wanna
I'm
see
sure
these
we'll
tennis
hear
balls
from soon,
flying, make it in
led off
these
with a
hoops.
double, a single by Garrett Weber. After Anderson De La Rosa was hit into a fielder's choice, a great play by
Oh,
Skeeters
somebody's
third
got
baseman
some
Kevin
past
Aarons, who
Swanson.
cut
Come on,
down
Swanson, you
Robinson
can guard
at
it better than
home.
that.
Looked like they were safe, but they were not because the next batter, All-Star Vladimir Frias, had
How we
different
doing on the
ideas.
third base side? Any winners yet? Looks like a couple. Keep throwing them.
Well, after Rico Noel was hit by a pitch, it loaded the bases for former big leaguer Lastings Millage.
About 30 seconds to go.
The 4-1 lead was erased, and it was the 9th inning where things really spun out of control for the Skeeters. Manny Corpus, the former big league closer, came in. Not a leadoff hit to Josh Bell, who was pinch run for, but then he walked All-Star Sean Halton. Cole Garner and hit into a fielder's choice, and it looked like it had a chance to get out of it. First and second with 1 out. Trayvon Robinson would get himself an infield hit, but with the bases loaded,
9,
Garrett Weber was in a good position in the
7,
count.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Anderson De La Rosa would follow him, who was up next with an RBI single to make it 6-4, and then an errant throw by Skeeters catcher Albert Cordero during that play to third allowed a third run to score as Weber came trotting home, and it made it 7-4. So the Skeeters, who led 4-1 going into the 7th inning, allow 3 runs in the 7th, 3 runs in the 9th, and lose by that final score of 7-4. Well, standing by with our own Andy Humphrey is our player of the game. Andy.
Thanks, Ira. Here with Trey Robinson as the fireworks go off in the background. Trey went 4 for 5, and the Barnstormers get the win here. And you kind of got the runs late. How did you guys band together and get those runs on the later stages?
I don't know. We knew that we were playing really well just before the break. I think everybody just needed a break. I think everybody in the league just needed a break. And we're re-energized right now. We just know that we're just not going to stop. Keep going. So, somebody's always going to pick up the slack of the day. So I think all together today we just pulled together.
How did that break kind of affect you guys after, kind of getting a few wins here and there to finish out the first stages of the first half? How did that break kind of let you guys regroup and get a win tonight?
I think it's more so of a body, just not more so of a mental, because we're grinding. I think our body was just wouldn't let us. But, we lost a couple key players on our team. And, keep looking at the lineup like, oh, man, well, we only got like two guys on the bench or whatnot. So I think it was more so of just a physical break. I don't think guys picked up baseball bats or anything like that. But we've been playing this game a long time, so we know what we need to do when we go to the ballpark. We're just ready to go today, and we're gonna be here for a while. So this day one, we got 5 more. So
obviously a lot of things to think about as you go later.